What is up, everybody? Welcome inside the Guilty as Charged podcast, coming to you live to cover the day 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft. What a night last night, my guy. Tyler, what's up, man? How you doing today?
Doing very well. I've been following Arjun's posts about Quentin Johnston's numbers and all that sort of stuff. That's been really cool to see. I've taken enough copium. I'm on board. He's a future Hall of Famer. Going to be great.
Yeah, you're going to buy his jersey now as well. We're going to get Alex to buy his jersey. So, in all seriousness, it was a really wild night last night. I woke up and I was super tired. I didn't really have a voice this morning, so I'm glad I have a voice now. And can't wait to cover everything that's happening tonight. So, obviously, a bit of a longer night. We'll see ultimately how long we go for. Chargers picking at 54 and 85 for now. We'll see if they move up or down the board tonight. But we covered a little bit of the players remaining last night. I'm sure we'll talk about it again today. So a similar format to yesterday. Obviously, we're here to hang out, talk some football, talk about some thoughts of the picks that happen. And we're going to be joined throughout the show by some guests that are, able to join us tonight. So first and foremost, tonight we have Hayden Winks from Underdog Fantasy. So he was kind enough to make some time for us, and excited to have him on the show. And then a couple guys that we've had on previously. Actually, everybody that is joining us tonight, we've had on the show previously in some capacity. Russell Brown and Devin Jackson, who I talked to earlier this year about the Senior Bowl, and then an SB Nation Raiders content creator, Marcus Johnson, is going to be joining us, so that should be a lot of fun. And then a fellow Blue Wire podcaster, Rob Lauder, also a fellow Fresno resident, is going to be joining us to talk about some Niners intrigue. So going to be a fun night, Tyler, and can't wait to see how it pans out.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome night. This is the one we were waiting for. It was all good at 21, but now it's really fun. And the board is so different than I would have expected. There's always 100%. Maybe a guy that falls and you think like, okay, with the usually 33rd pick, that's the guy that's taken. And then the second round starts kind of as expected. But, for a draft where we didn't give a lot of first round grades, I was surprised to see so many guys that, we really had in our top 20 or guys that with first round grades make it all the way to this spot, including like Joey Porter Jr., who I think the pick is about to be in. I know Goodell's at the podium. I'm on mute right now, so I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I'm really curious.
It's like they're honoring some military members.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well. So I'm excited because at 54, depending on where the Chargers want to go, I'm honestly happy again. Like Telesco tends to not reach in the second round. This is not the round where I'm worried about a reach. In fact, I think historically, this is the round where Telesco gets the most value compared to the consensus board. So, looking at someone, I think, a couple spots, they should have gone earlier, but they didn't for whatever reason. And Telesco gets really good value here. So, now he does trade up sometimes as well, but the consensus board didn't start till 2016. So he hasn't traded up since. Well, no, he has, but not in the second round, just from the second round.
Right.
So yeah, I'm excited to see where they go because there's a lot of really good players. I know Michael Mayer, there's that video. He's not very happy that he was not the first tight end taken. So you know what? Hey, if you want to come over here and show that you deserve to be the first tight end, go for it. I would love to see him at 54. All these guys, so many guys. Can't wait to see they run on the interior offensive lineman. I'm sure that's going to happen pretty soon. And not to invoke the wrath of the fans, but I'm actually excited to see what the Raiders do here. My dad was very happy with last night's pick, Tyree Wilson, and now they need a lot of help in different areas, and Joey Porter Jr. could be there, Brian Branch, whoever it is, like a lot of really good players available for them. So I'm excited to see who we take, who the other teams take. A lot of really cool players here. Excited to see them all.
Yeah, so the Pittsburgh Steelers officially on the clock right now with pick number 32, which is the first pick of day 2, which is super weird. Obviously, that's courtesy of the Miami Dolphins forfeiting their pick earlier in the draft. So very curious to see what this team does here. But in general, like this tight end group to me, like kind of has to be the focal point because we've talked about it. National media have talked about it, how stacked of a class this is. And only Dalton Kincaid is a first round pick. We had seen the Packers at 15 and 13 as like a really common landing spot for the first tight end. You know, the Commanders, the Lions, the Chargers, all these teams as really common tight end landing spots. And so the fact that Michael Mayer is still on the board is kind of crazy to me. So this is prime tight end round for me. Obviously, you know, Michael Mayer is still on the board. Darnell Washington, Sam Laporta, Luke Musgrave, you know, and potentially Tucker Kraft might go in the second round too. So Daniel Jeremiah was kind of hinting at a potential early run on tight ends in this draft tonight specifically. So we'll see what happens there. But similar, like you said, similar to last night, the Chargers could go in a lot of different routes. I think cornerback is still in play. I think edge is in play. I think tight end is in play. And man, like what a good spot to be in. I mean, like you could really be looking at a high end round 2 grade kind of player at pick 54. So I'm excited to see how it pans out.
Yeah, let me look at, I guess I should look at both of our boards, but for me, in terms of top, let's say 30 players, there's one. Okay, discounting players that wouldn't go to the Chargers because they're a guard or a center, but there's 1, 2, 3. I guess no receivers either. I can count 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, there's a lot of players that were top 30 for me that could be here for the Chargers. So we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how this one pans out. Obviously, a little bit of breaking news from Lindsey Theory and Daniel Popper. I don't know if I'm necessarily qualifying this as like huge news. Definitely something that should have been expected. And that is the fact that the Chargers have officially picked up the 5th-year option for Justin Herbert. I believe that contract value is around $29 million. So as Arjun has pointed out, now that the option is picked up, Justin Herbert's cap hit for 2020, or wait, I'm sorry, I was jumping the gun here. After the Chargers extend Justin Herbert, his cap hit for 2023 will increase after the signing bonus. So Justin Herbert at $29.5 million officially for 2023. The Chargers can work around that a little bit once they do the extension, but for now, I mean, that's a hefty price tag that he is very much well worth.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's partially why they took Quentin Johnston yesterday, is because they got to rotate out either a receiver or an edge rusher next year and obviously in the coming years. So, yep, there's your receiver. Do we get an edge next? We'll see. But congratulations, Herbert. Didn't expect this to be as successful as it was, honestly. I mean, I guess maybe, you know, in year 3, if you want to say like he played like you might have expected if he had hit after 3 years, sure. But I certainly didn't expect him to hit like the second he stepped onto the field. And, you know, part of what I was talking about on Twitter earlier was, you know, this guy was throwing screens to guys I'd never heard of, to undraftable, ungradable players. And he won Offensive Rookie of the Year. And Trey Pipkins won, you know, I never heard of him. I never heard of Sioux Falls. I have no idea where that is. And I don't think there's been a player even on the big board for Sioux Falls since they drafted Trey Pipkins. I can't think of one. He just made $21 million. So my philosophy with all this, like I feel like it's awkward timing because, you know, the Chargers are not hosting our episode, so it might seem like we're a bit more positive, or at least that I'm a bit more positive. But I really just want to have that growth mindset with these players and really see, you know, what can you bring to the table? Why are you brought in? What can you do? All those positive things. So, wow, Roberto lives in Sioux Falls. You're gonna have to tell me where that is. I still don't know where that is. I currently also don't know where Steven is because my earphone fell out. So I'm just gonna sit here now. But yeah, Sioux Falls. So point is, I really was surprised by the Quentin Johnston pick. I'm actually disappointed I didn't think of it more because I was so focused on who didn't fit their size profiles and then who did fit their size profiles in round 2, that Johnston never really came into that discussion because he was supposed to go round 1. So kind of bummed with that. But South Dakota, next to Minnesota. I know where South Dakota is at least. I generally know where that is. Michael says Dennis Gardeck is from Sioux Falls. Okay, now I know where Sioux Falls is. I don't know who Dennis Gardeck is, but we'll see. The pick is in for the Steelers right now. I believe we're going to do the same thing we did last time where Steven plays the audio, although we have 2 rounds to go through this time, so we'll see. Oh, spoilers. Brandon, no spoilers, please. Let me put the ticker across the screen. No spoilers. Doesn't matter as much as the first round, but like through the second round, maybe let's lay off the spoilers, and then from there, third round, I guess. I don't know. I'm really curious to see who the third round reaches this year for the Chargers. Not that always means it's a terrible thing, but it tends to be Telesco's thing. So I'm really curious who that's going to be. But yes, no spoilers. And yeah, Kevin, I don't know where Steven is. I'm just talking to myself right now. Maybe he's going to leave me by myself for the next 4 hours. And I've got 1 water bottle and 4 hours to go. It should be good. Cardinals linebacker. That is who Dennis Gardeck is from Sioux Falls. Good breakdown there, Michael. I had no idea who that was. You're way ahead of me in terms of all that stuff. And good to see you in here, Michael. I don't think I've seen you in here before. Someone said most obvious pick ever. I'm going to assume that I know who this pick is. And here we go.
Sorry about that. Had a little bit of a phone call I needed to take there. Did you find out the pick yet, or?
I just did, though. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Joey Porter Jr. Did not have to wait very long to get his name called tonight. Obviously, going to the Pittsburgh Steelers here at pick number 32. So that's definitely a fun story. Getting to play for his dad's franchise. It's a shame he won't get to wear number 55. Although I guess he could theoretically do that if he wanted to.
I don't know. Trey Hodges Tomlinson next to the Chargers. Let's just keep, getting these bloodlines going through and stuff like that.
Sure. But not a 54. They can take
No.
I'm more interested in Antonio Gates Jr., to be honest.
Yeah, is he legit?
Apparently, man. Apparently. He's a receiver.
Arch
too.
Manning or like legit Marvin Harrison Jr. legit? Like, where are we on the spectrum of
I would say closer towards like Asante Samuel Jr.
Okay. Cool.
But I think he would be a 2025 draftee.
Okay. Well, if we're still around, then yeah, we'll cover that one.
I want to say he's a freshman right now.
Yeah. It's going to hurt me when, like, I don't know, whose kids?
Dude, when Gunner comes into the league, it's going to be like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's going to be weird. Yeah. Does Keenan Allen have a son? Or just 3 daughters?
I think he just has daughters.
Yeah.
All right, so we got the Cardinals on the board here at pick number 33. As a reminder, tonight, the teams picking in the second round only have 7 minutes per pick as opposed to 10. And then in the third round, they move it up to 5 minutes. So going to move a little quicker tonight, especially as teams are able to kind of, get picks in a hurry. All right, looks like we got a trade. Titans coming up for pick number 33 right here.
Quarterback, right?
It has to be Will Levis.
Yeah. Man, so is the 33rd pick, is that the one the Steelers got for Claypool?
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah.
Claypool for Joey Porter Jr. Not bad at all.
So if you're the Bears, would you rather have Chase Claypool or would you rather have Joey Porter Jr.? Riley Lopez pointing out this could be Hendon Hooker too. I guess that's a possibility as well. But I guess there was Albert Beer was saying that there was some concerns about Will Levis's foot injury that he had last season, and that was like the primary reason why he was falling.
Did we ever get an update on Nolan Smith's injury, or just kind of speculation at that point?
No, that is just speculation at that point. So they're showing the Titans war room. So yeah, Titans officially on the clock here. They took Peter Skoronski, the tackle / guard from Northwestern in the first round. They're currently on the phone, so it looks like they're telling whoever they're picking that the pick is in.
Alrighty.
Okay, so apparently it was a toe injury. My mistake. Daniel Bridges pointing out that Will Levis's injury was a toe injury. Somebody pointed out that on TV it looks like Rabel just said, "Hey, Will."
I was trying to think of another Will in this draft, but that would have been Will McDonald.
Yeah. Andrew C said he's falling because of the coffee mayo.
That's fair. It's disgusting.
That's so disgusting, man. I can't even imagine putting mayonnaise in coffee. Ugh. I'm not a big mayonnaise guy in general. I think outside of like on sandwiches, like I'm just not a fan.
Yeah, I get it.
Let me see if there's any details on the trade right just yet. Okay, so according to Phil Yates, the Cardinals are trading pick 33 and 81, and the Titans are trading 41, 72, and a 2024 third round pick. Interesting. And I just saw who the pick is on Twitter. So, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Today's going to be definitely spoiled by Twitter. Like if you're on Twitter today, you're going to get like every pick like 10 minutes before the pick is actually announced. So, well, Tyler, should we circle back a little bit here and talk on? Oh, I guess our Roger Goodell's about to announce this pick. So,
yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 33rd pick to the Tennessee Titans. With the 33rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Will Levis, quarterback, Kentucky.
Titans fans are not happy.
I didn't watch him, so I don't know if this is. I mean, it seems like better than taking him in the first round, so that's something.
Yeah. I just saw my guy Michael McLean in the chat tonight. Appreciate that. He's doing some great work on his own channel, so definitely go follow him. But yeah, Will Levis, I was not a fan. I was not a fan, but I wasn't like, oh, he should be a second round pick. Like I still would have, spent a first round pick on him. I think there's a lot of physical traits worth betting on here. Maybe the toe is that bad, but I'm surprised that he's here. And I'm also at least like a little skeptical of what really are the Titans planning, because I mean, they drafted Malik Willis last year and barely played him, and now they're drafting Will Levis again. So I don't hit that.
Right. I mean, thankfully they didn't invest a first round pick. What did Willis go? Third round?
Yeah, third round.
So, I mean, I guess. So you just, what's Tannehill's contract?
They'll cut him after this year.
Yeah.
I can't remember what exactly it is.
So I'll go to over the cap in the honor of Arjun. I won't go to spot rack.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not.
Of course not. Yeah. His cap number. Wait. Oh, it's a void year in 2024.
Oh, so he's a free agent after this year.
Yeah, it's a void year, but the cap hits 9.2 million. So they would just cut him?
I guess.
Yeah.
So.
Or no?
I think
Dead money would be 9.2 million. They're cutting him regardless. But
also, like, Will Levis is 24, isn't he?
Is he? I don't know. I don't think I've watched a single game of his on purpose. Or I don't know anything about him.
The offense was not fun to watch in 2021, and it got significantly worse in 2022.
Really? Okay, that's neat.
All right, we got the Lions at pick 34 here, so the pick is in already. So obviously the Lions are the biggest shock of round one, taking a running back at pick 12.
Yeah.
And then a linebacker at pick 18. Two guys who I think are good football players, but the value coming from that team specifically was shocking to me, because we know how analytically driven Brad Holmes is and has been. And so taking a running back and a linebacker is kind of crazy. Okay, here's the Lions pick.
With the 34th pick in the Detroit Lions select Sam Laporta.
Whoa.
Okay. Nice. I don't mind that. Well, depends on your flavor, right? If you want a more pure receiving
Wow.
tight end like Laporta over Mayer and over Musgrave and over Washington, definitely makes sense. So if that's what they're going for, fine. I understand why. Like that makes sense to me. I understand why Laporta in the second round would be your guy. The cluster at this point is just to pick your flavor. So yeah, over Michael Mayer. But that's kind of beneficial, I guess, to the Chargers if they want Mayer, because I think if Laporta was on the board for the Chargers at 54, I don't think that the Chargers would have taken him because I think they're looking for someone who can block and like legitimately block in line. Laporta has a lot of work as a blocker, moving around the line of scrimmage, or in the slot or whatever, blocking out wide, but he's not like the inline wide type. Honestly, though, I think the Chargers are going to go with like Schoonmaker or someone in the third or fourth round as their blocker. I think Ferguson last year for them, and then Schultz and Jarwin and those guys were all like fourth, fifth, and like seventh round picks or whatever it is. So I think the Chargers feel like they could be comfortable with their development and take someone in like the fourth round.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. And, Arjun tweeted out the athletic profile graphic, including the tight ends today. And Luke Schoonmaker was definitely on that list. So if that happens, man, you and the family you got to get that jersey. You got to get it.
It's funny. I always thought like I got to get that jersey for myself, of course. But then I think it was Chargers memes on Twitter. It was like, your mom needs that jersey.
Yeah,
I'm
your
like,
mom's literally a
Schoonmaker. Yeah, I mean, we're Shoons, not Scoons, but still, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Ooh, Raiders are trading up.
Okay, all right. Raiders on the clock instead of the Colts. So this has got to be Hendon Hooker, right?
Let's see. No, really? My dad's gonna hate that.
Colts get 38 and 141 for 35.
Who'd they jump? I need to look at the order.
They jumped the Rams and the Seahawks. So
kind of quarterback need.
I mean, I'm just saying Hooker because the Rams have been pretty linked to a quarterback. So
have they?
A lot of people thought that they would end up potentially moving up for Levis.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what's the worst thing that I would hate so much here?
One of the corners.
Yeah, but even at that point, like Porter Jr., I thought is the real prize here.
True.
Okay. Trying to go through my board here. So he's gone. Laporta.
I'm still on commercial, but Adam Weir is saying that the pick is in.
Wow.
Everett's saying this could be Brian Branch. I wouldn't be shocked at that either.
They would take my like safety one 2 of the last 3 years or whatever.
Yeah, no kidding.
Great. I gotta watch Quentin Johnston terrorize Trevon Merrick and Brian Branch. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna get out of the comments because I do want to be surprised by this one.
Yeah, I'm still on commercial. What's your TV at? Are you on NFL Network again?
Yeah, it's showing me Eagles Chiefs, or no? What is this? Every game revealed something. I don't know. Point is, it's a commercial.
Okay, I'm on commercial right now. It's that new like Real California Milk commercials where they have like people singing. Have you seen those?
I don't think so.
It's weird. Frank pointed out they were interested in John Johnson III. So,
who's this?
Frank Blakely on in the chat was saying that the Raiders were interested in John Johnson III. So I would assume that he's implying that like the Branch thing. All right, Raiders pick is in. Coming back from commercial break, we'll see if they go right to it. Significantly less people at the draft today. Okay, here's the Raiders pick.
If Mayock were there, it'd be Darnell Washington.
Las Vegas Raiders. With the 35th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Michael Mayer, tight end, Notre Dame.
Okay, here's the run on tight ends.
All right.
Cool. That's going to be an interesting one. Makes sense. I get it. That's a good player. Two good players for them, man. Tyree Wilson and Michael Mayer. That's a good, solid 1-2. I'm not sitting here laughing at the Raiders this week.
No, they're making some good picks. It's weird.
Yeah, and good value too. I mean, not that they had to go very far in the first round, but like Wilson, could have been a second or third pick in the draft. So,
yep, absolutely. So the Raiders supporting cast outside of Jimmy G, Devonta Adams, Josh Jacobs, Hunter Renfrow, Michael Mayer.
Didn't they sign another Myers? No.
Oh, Jacoby Myers. Yep, you're right. It looks like your dad's happy.
Group.
Sending a thumbs up super chat.
Yay, Dad! The Raiders are doing well, man. They're doing pretty well. We'll see about the quarterback thing, but no, it's all good. Look at everyone. Oh, I didn't like Michael Mayer anyways. Sure, I would have been stoked for him at 54, but no, good for Laporta, good for Mayer. I understand where they're going. Darnell Washington again. The whole medicals thing is interesting. So at this point, in terms of tight ends, Musgrave. Oh God, that'd be so much fun. But even
I hope Musgrave. If Musgrave makes it to 54, I think that might be like my best case scenario of the day.
Yeah, you'd have to show me. Well, I mean, it depends. Like if there's an edge rusher, fine. But
yeah,
you throw.
I think like the idea of adding your two like playmaking weapons in the first two rounds. You get Quentin Johnston, you get Luke Musgrave. You let them be the young, cheap talent around Justin Herbert as he, gets expensive. I think that's just really sound team building there.
Yeah. Also, Hayden Winks jumping in early on the chat.
Yeah, I'm excited about this one, man. He was heavy on the Jordan Addison to the Chargers train, and not too far off with Addison going a couple picks later here. So. All right, so this is going to be a real treat for us. Hayden Winks joining us now. Hayden, what's up, man? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. What's going on? I'm glad you guys had me on, and I'm very stoked that you guys are partnering up with the Chargers. How awesome is that? Such a great idea. But if you guys are, I'm assuming you guys are talking with Jeremy Levine, who I used to work, or Jason Levine. Awesome dude. So yeah, very cool to be here.
Yeah, man, it's been a crazy week. Jason reached out to us like at the end of January about partnering up together.
So cool.
And we like initially thought like, oh, like they're gonna give us more interviews like with players and player access, right? We would have loved that. Mm-hmm. But then Jason was like, yeah, we want to partner with you guys. We want to produce your content, and
so cool.
It was pretty awesome, man. It's been a fun week.
All right,
not bad at all.
We got the Rams on the clock right now.
Yes, Rams are on the clock. So I don't know if you were watching, but I have my iPad next to me, and I'll unmute it for when the picks are announced because we like the surprise of the draft. So so Rams on the clock. Before we get to some of the stuff that's happened today, Quentin Johnston, what are your thoughts there as the Chargers make that selection at pick 21?
Yeah, so I'm guessing that everybody's kind of split. I'm sure, obviously, Jordan Addison connection was there. So I was leaning that they were going to go that way. But Quentin Johnston, I think, makes a little bit more sense on the outside. Obviously, we're looking ahead to 2024 when maybe they have to get rid of Keenan Allen contractually. But in that case, the good news is Palmer could play inside and outside. And I kind of like the fit for Quentin Johnston. I think he needs to develop a little bit. He's a younger player. He's not a finished product right now, but the good news in this offense, he doesn't have to be. I think probably as a rookie, he's going to be a low volume player. And I think that Palmer is definitely going to get his reps in, and it's not like an easy bar to pass Palmer. But when Quentin Johnston is on the field, he provides the element that the Chargers just don't have, is that vertical ability. And I think a little bit of like screen game versatility potentially. Very athletic player. He definitely has to get some development time, but the good news is he doesn't have to play on the line of scrimmage. That's what Mike Williams has to battle with. You're going to get the best traits from Quentin Johnston. I don't necessarily think that you have to make him a well-rounded receiver. This is like kind of the perfect offense for him to shine.
Yeah, I completely agree there. And looks like they're potentially showing the Rams pick right now. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I think Telesco certainly has his type, right? And we heard, Brandon Staley talk about it several times that they had him graded very, very highly. Okay, here's the Rams pick at 36. That's cool.
Oh yeah, it's Nick Hardwick for us today, right?
That is correct.
With the 36th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Steve Avila, guard, TCU.
Right on. Good player.
That's a good spot for him. I love that fit.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of circling back to Quentin Johnston here, you're talking about the yards after the catch ability, and Daniel Popper pointed this out that the Chargers receivers as a whole averaged like 4 yards after the catch last year, and Quentin Johnston right at 8.9. So that's almost a full first down every time he was catching the football. So like you said, they don't have to force feed him 150 targets for him to have a successful rookie season. He can come in and be a 60-50 catch guy and have a solid rookie season, and then take another step take a step forward next year.
And I'm hoping that he learns some of the traits that Mike Williams has. I think like everyone kind of sees with Quentin Johnston is he sometimes plays a little bit smaller, but I don't think it's like mentality wise that's an issue for him. I don't think he trusts his hands yet, and I think he doesn't trust his hands yet, especially when he's going up to the ball. And that's what Mike Williams' like true special trait is. Like that is like a difference making trait. So hopefully Quentin Johnston and Mike Williams kind of learn from each other here. But I'm expecting probably an 11 personnel, not to be out there every single time, but he's going to be off the line scrimmage. I thought sometimes he would against press man coverage struggle a little bit, but once he gets some space, that's where he really shows off. And I think the one thing with his yards after the catch ability, which is fun, is once he catches the ball, there's no wasted movement there. He catches it, and he has this like instinct where he can kind of just like work upfield and like evade the tackler. And I think there's going to be a lot of space to work with in this offense. I'm guessing that the low ADOT last year with Justin Herbert, all those checkdowns, basically, I think that we're going to see this thing really open up. And I think Mike Williams' ADOT's going to go much higher or deeper downfield. I think definitely Quentin Johnston's will be the same. So it'll be fun. I don't think this will completely solve the offense. I think that the big addition here is going to be Kellen Moore. But I do think that Quentin Johnston's going to have a big piece of this as well.
Yeah, even if they do return, I mean, even if Joe Lombardi came back, if you're throwing screens, at least give it to the guy who can do 9 yards after the catch per reception. So excited there, absolutely. But Lombardi's not back, so I think we're headed in the right direction.
Yeah, I didn't want to cut Hayden off in the middle of that point, but the Seahawks just picked Derek Hall, the edge rusher from Auburn, at 37.
That's a classic pick. I was watching Darnell Washington tape just to see like how good of a blocker he is. He's definitely pretty good. But Derek Hall was like really popping when I wasn't even going out of my way to watch him. He uses this like big arm out there, and he's a very physical player. So I'm not surprised that the Seahawks want to do that. I mean, they have like Uchenna Nwosu, but they needed a little bit more size at the edge spot. I think if he's going to provide, that's a good pick.
Oh man, he's got a Takeo Spikes neck.
He's a big dude.
Oh, does he?
Exactly like an SEC edge rusher is supposed to look
awesome.
Like. Yeah,
I didn't know that. Oh man.
Our guy Gavino Borges is probably pretty upset about that one. He loved Derek Hall.
Yeah, good player. Didn't watch him.
Curious about what you guys are going to think next year for the Chargers. Obviously, they have to have some big decisions with like cap space, like Khalil Mack, perhaps. I'm assuming, unless JC Jackson has a big bounce back spot, that he might be like post June 1. But between like Khalil Mack, Keenan Allen, like what do you think that the long term plans are? Obviously, I think that was part of the discussion with drafting Quentin Johnston, is it gives you a little bit of breathing room if they have to make a move with Keenan Allen. But also like for this like next pick, do you think that there's a chance that they go edge rusher? Do you think it's going to be cornerback with JC Jackson perhaps out of there? I don't think that Michael Davis is back next year. What do you think is going to happen?
Sorry, Tyler, before you jump in here. The Falcons just traded up to pick 38, sending 44 and 110 to the Colts. So the Colts have traded back twice already today.
Yeah. As far as the big four, I guess, that could be cut next year, and I guess maybe JC Jackson as well, I think Keenan Allen's safe. Justin Herbert loves Keenan Allen, and I don't think he's going anywhere. I think the Chargers are going to approach this year as if like, okay, you're all going to play, and the 3 guys that do the best, you're going to stick around, or maybe the 2 guys and we'll see. So if Keenan Allen, knock on wood, tears his ACL in week 2 or something, and hopefully he doesn't, then obviously I think the decision is obvious. But if let's say everyone's healthy and everyone plays well, I think Mike Williams is the guy they move on from. They didn't give him they just didn't give him the contract that really suggests like this is the guy that we're sticking with for a long time. Yes, they did defer the money into next year, so but I just think they're going to move on from him. I think that even like a recent interview, Justin Herbert was asked, who's the most underrated player in the league, and Justin Herbert's like, yeah, Keenan Allen. They're like best friends. We know on and off the field.
Yeah,
Herbert's a different guy. Like he is more relaxed. He's more calm. We've heard he's just a different dude on and off the field because Keenan Allen is there. And as much as he's like Mike Williams, I just think that Josh Palmer can play that X role, and he's kind of shown that in spurts, and he can do that. I think Josh Palmer could do Mike Williams better than he can do Keenan Allen. And right now there really is no one on the roster that's like Keenan Allen, even if Johnston, succeeds and does really well. He'll never be Keenan Allen because that's not his thing.
Yes.
So I just think that Mike Williams is gone, again, barring somebody getting hurt. And then I think Khalil Mack they move on from. If this regime blows up for whatever reason, because it's possible, then I think, Khalil Mack is all but gone for sure. Yeah. And then I think Joey Bosa has the most impossible contract to move off of those 4. I don't recall what those numbers are, but I think so. I think Joey and Keenan are the most safe. We'll see about the other 2.
Interesting. What about for this year on Underdog for fantasy drafts? Big Mike's going to go ahead of Keenan Allen. Obviously, the fantasy community is mostly obsessed with age, and obviously Keenan is a little bit older there, and we're half PPR, so obviously in full PPR, Keenan definitely has the advantage there. But I was just making the assumption. I'm looking at the contracts, like it's basically the same exact contract for Big Mike and Keenan next year, so it just kind of comes down to performance. So it's probably too early for them to have a factor in that. It's just going to basically come down to performance this year. But I love Keenan Allen. Like when I was working for the Chargers, like that dude is so funny. His energy is so great. Like that guy's the man. He's down to talk some crap. He was even doing that to me because I was wearing a USC sweatshirt, and like it happened to be the same exact day where USC was playing Cal, where Keenan went to.
There you go.
So I love Keenan. He's like the funniest dude. Like he's been around the organization forever. Like I would not be surprised if Keenan Allen's just like too much of a glue guy for the team. So big fan of Keenan.
Yeah, so the Falcons just took Syracuse offensive lineman Matthew Bergeron with pick number 38. So Panthers on the clock here.
Did they call him tackle by chance?
They announced him as an OL. So
they
did not make a specific designation. I think the Falcons are pretty set at tackle. I think they re-sign not McGlinchey.
They got Matthews for one more year probably, and they made Chris Lindstrom like one of these spots. I thought there was a chance that they could be a Skoronski team, so I'm not surprised with this pick. I think he could play inside or outside.
So Arthur Smith gets a running back and then an offensive lineman. So sending a very strong message.
We are building the Tennessee Titans. I was almost curious, especially now with the Will Levis pick, like, could we finally get the Ryan Tannehill trade? Like, obviously, if I'm the Titans, like this year, I want to play Will Levis every single snap for the entire year because I want to learn if he's the guy or not. And if he's good, awesome. If he's really bad, then all of a sudden you have this USC quarterback. I know I'm biased, but the USC quarterback's pretty good. So let's go see if Will Levis has it or not. And maybe Ryan Tannehill can complete the actual Arthur Smith's dream of recreating the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, no doubt. So obviously Hayden does great work over at Underdog Fantasy Sports, along with Josh Norris, doing some great film breakdowns on a lot of the skill players in this particular draft. So Hayden, I'm curious to get your thoughts on that wide receiver run we saw yesterday. It was unprecedented. I don't think we've ever seen 4 receivers go consecutive picks like that in the first round. So what do you make of those landing spots? Obviously JSN to the Seahawks. We already talked about Quentin Johnston, obviously, and then Zay Flowers to the Ravens and Jordan Addison to the Vikings. What do you make of that run yesterday?
Not a surprise. Like that was the part of the board where it was going to happen. JSN, I love the fit with the Seahawks. Like you have Geno Smith, first of all, I think is very underrated still. But he can throw the ball over the seam and he hangs out in the pocket beautifully. And I think that JSN, while he is going to be a zone beater underneath, he can run the seam route a little bit. He's got great ball tracking. So I do love the fit, and it's a little bit of a hedge for Tyler Lockett. So I love the fit for the Seahawks. Now for fantasy purposes, this next year, it's a little bit harder to make the math work, but there's still so much upside. If if something does happen to either Metcalf or Tyler Lockett. But the Seahawks offense, man, is really, really, really good. If they can still get this offensive line worked out and they're still betting on some young players over there, I think that the Seahawks are like a legit contender. And then with Zay Flowers, I think this was just another step in the direction of how the offense is going to be changing a little bit, because they have a new offensive coordinator who was very pass heavy versus their old school approach of like basically never passing the ball. So obviously Odell, Bateman, Zay Flowers. And I thought that was another great scheme fit where Zay Flowers, I think, is going to work in the slot, and you can let Odell play the X, Rashad Bateman play on the other outside spot. So I think that's going to be a very interesting spot for Lamar Jackson, who I also think is probably going to bounce back and be ready for himself again.
Yeah, absolutely. That class is going to be compared to each other for a very long time, man. I think we had a little bit of that with the Mike Williams draft when him and Corey Davis and I think it might have been John Ross all went like right next to each other. But this group of receivers, man, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what exactly pans out there.
Yeah. And then for Jordan Addison, who was my second favorite, I thought JSN was one. Then for me, it was Jordan Addison. And then like once you get to the next tier, it was just basically like scheme fit. So I think that the Chargers made the right decision by finding some size and some explosiveness. And then for some other offenses, like maybe the Ravens, for example, they need some explosiveness from the slot since they already have some boundary receivers. So to me, Jordan Addison would have been a lot of fun on the Chargers as well, because he kind of, if they were going to move on from Keenan Allen, he could potentially go into the slot. But I think that he had enough like of skills to play basically the exact role that Quentin Johnston is going to play in this offense for 2023. But in Minnesota, I think that he's going to have a lot of space to work with. And I think that he might have potentially the best numbers of this class. But I think that's just possibly a function of that offense as well. So fun group of receivers, not the same group that it was the last couple of years, but definitely it's probably some good number 2 receivers in the NFL.
Yeah.
What was that for, Steven?
The Carolina Panthers just took our guy, Jonathan Mingo.
Wow. This dude. Now, I was watching a bunch of these receivers and I was just like, okay, like role player, I can see it, not that much upside. And then like you put Jonathan Mingo on and you're like, wait a minute here. Like, pretty interesting. Apparently they loved Mingo in their pre-draft process. And he was like basically a wide receiver or a 3rd round receiver prospect for the longest time until like the last week or two, we started seeing the buzz here. But Mingo is like very fun. If he didn't break his foot 2 years ago, I think we would have been talking about him as a very special player. So exciting fit.
That's awesome, man. Jonathan Mingo, they're in a good spot. They got their quarterback. They got a good receiver. Like Panthers are doing great work so far, but with what they had.
Yeah, we had Billy Marshall on the stream yesterday. And he was saying that like you needed like a young piece to invest in, obviously after trading DJ Moore. So now you get DJ Chark, Adam Thielen, Terrace Marshall, and Jonathan Mingo. That's a fun wide receiver group for Bryce Young to throw to.
Yeah, and that offensive line is good. The coaching staff's good. So it's just really just up to how much of Bryce Young's game translates to the next level. And that's like, to me, the big thing. Like we know that he has the skills. We know that he has the mental capacity to handle all of this stuff. It's just, is his style of play going to translate to the NFL where every single one of those windows just gets a little bit tighter. Right. And if you don't have the athletic traits, that's where like things can kind of spiral out of control. I think he's like a fine athlete, but if he's healthy and ready to go, that offense, I think, is going to surprise some people. I think they got a really good foundation over there.
Yeah. All right. So we got the Saints pick 40. Pick is in. Is this a Hendon Hooker spot?
I've seen that rumored all the time. Like even like in the first round, like they paid Derek Carr and like that was like real money, not like 1 year money. Yeah. Like that was like 3 years money. So I wouldn't understand it. I want Hendon Hooker to go to a spot where he might actually have a chance to play, like even like the Packers, if they had to hedge from Jordan Love, I would like that more. But I'm hoping Hendon Hooker doesn't fall too much longer here because I want him to actually have a shot. I thought that he at least has like the baseline traits to be an NFL quarterback, size, talent, athletic ability. Now, like, is that offense so out of control that it will never translate? Possibly, even most likely it will. But I think there's like, if you're looking at, can this player be an NFL quarterback? I think the chance that Hendon Hooker, he at least has a chance based off of just like the baseline skills that it takes to be an NFL guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, we'll see when they ultimately end up doing here. But Hayden, what's your kind of ideal situation for the Chargers here at pick 54? We thought maybe a tight end run after Michael Mayer gets, the Raiders trade up and snag him. We haven't really seen the third tight end come off the board here. Is that maybe a spot you're looking for at 54? What's kind of your mindset for the next pick for the Chargers here?
I think Musgrave would be pretty interesting. Musgrave at least has the size and the athleticism to be a run blocker as well. I think that's one of the spots that the Chargers definitely stuck out to me watching them, is their tight ends just like really couldn't block. And that really blew up a lot of their run concepts. And obviously Darnell Washington would be like the person to do that. But if he isn't available, I think that Luke Musgrave would be pretty interesting. I thought that his tape kind of popped, and he has like this wild background that I'm sure you guys have talked about, but I think that his ceiling has been kind of underrated because of the injuries. But once you start getting this late into the second round, I think that's like the appropriate time. And I kept like mocking Michael Mayer to the Chargers in the first round, but really the history of the tight end position in the first round is so hard to navigate. Like even when you get it right, like the most recent example, like TJ Hawkinson, who is probably on the border of a top 5 tight end if you were going to poll NFL general managers, he gets traded and it's a pick swap in the second and third round. Like you found a success, and then you're even in the prime of your career, you're a second round pick swap. And like on the inverse, like DJ Moore, who's definitely not anybody a top 10 wide receiver, he basically is valued as a first round pick. So I think at the end of the day, even though I think Michael Mayer has an easier chance to be a like top 5, top 10 player at his position versus Quentin Johnston, still the value and how much you have to pay these players, it's still probably worth the risk on someone like Quentin Johnston, even though he's not as clean of a prospect as Michael Mayer, but just the value that you're talking about the two positions. I think it makes sense to go wide receiver first and then find a day 2 or day 3 tight end.
Yeah. I would really like Luke Musgrave as well. So Saints just went with Isaiah Foskey. So they absolutely have types when it comes to defensive linemen.
So predictable. It's so
them and the Packers, man. You just know every defensive lineman they're going to take. So
big.
Saints doing a good job of revamping that defensive line, though, with Brian Brzee and now Isaiah Foskey at pick 40.
That's like the most obvious two Saints I can possibly imagine. I think if the real thing that the Chargers should probably look at is the underrated spot, like defensive backs that can tackle. It seems like Brandon Staley, that's the thing that has just been tilting him to death, is they need, if they're going to be light in the box and that last player is coming in to make the final tackle, if that guy can't tackle, it is a massive issue. I wonder if it's going to be a physical corner or nickel that or safety that can kind of come in there and play. I think that was like one of the underrated spots. Like even Brian Branch in the first round, I thought was like potentially in play for the Chargers. He hasn't been picked yet, has he?
Nope, no Brian Branch. I'm sure that'll be soonish. But him, I guess it depends on how they rank these quote unquote safeties that can tackle. So maybe it's Antonio Johnson, maybe it's Jartavius Martin, maybe it's Sidney Brown. I don't think it's Sidney Brown because he can't tackle. You can't add that to this room. You just can't. I know people really like him, but the 70 missed tackles in 4 years or whatever is not very good. And people love him, and he's super talented, but he's my height at 5'9", whatever, and he missed 70 tackles. I worry about that one.
Would you guys be happy if they trade up for Brian Branch right now? Do you think he's a fit?
What pick are they at right now anyway?
They're 41, so you're talking about moving up.
Okay, so they can get to 49-ish, I think, with their 4th round pick. And they can probably move a little further if they give up their 2024 third. But at this point, if they gave up their 3rd rounder this year, they would have lost the trade because that could have gotten them to 37. So, yeah, I mean, at some point, I don't know who wants what. I'm sure he'll go to the Patriots or something and be their next Adrian Phillips or something, and I'll hate it.
I think that might be a good litmus test, though, because obviously Belichick is so plugged in with the all of the Bama guys with Saban. And they have a hole right there that they can plug in with Brian Branch. If he passes them, that's probably a bad sign that maybe he's just not athletic enough.
Maybe.
But I do think this is the range that he should I would be gobbling him up. I know he didn't have the athletic traits of obviously someone like Derwin, but that dude like
Mm.
totally knows ball and is very physical, that I would guess that Staley would be wanting to get his hands on him. But I think it'd be better of a trade up than it was for the last trade up the Chargers made on defense. I think Brian Branch is I think
Much
Brian
higher
Branch is
floor with Brian Branch.
correct.
We don't talk about that.
So Cardinals picking at 41. Their pick is in, but ESPN is currently on commercial. So I assume they're going to announce it like right away. Dan Deach also pointing out Jartavius Martin, Quan Martin, I think would also be a good second option if they want kind of a slot defender safety.
It's
player.
Quan Martin. Oh, that's right, because the Brugler's B said that, right? Quan Martin.
Yeah, I found that out like this week. So
Yes, I find out about all the player names because when I'm like polling for my spreadsheets, like from different data sources, I'm always like, okay, there's multiple Martins here, but they both play, and I don't know. Oh, got it. They finally changed it, but
yeah.
We have a fan here from Arjun. Hayden's flow is very, very impressive.
working on it. Not cutting it for a while, I hope.
So, Hayden, are you going to be back at training camp this year? Are we going to be able to potentially link up down there?
Yeah, 100%. I would love to go down there. I eventually will be moving. I don't know where to. If I'm still in the area, I will certainly be there. So yeah, Rams camps, Chargers camp. I love going to both of them. So
Are you moving for underdog or something else?
no, just I've been in Southern California my whole life, and before like kids and all that stuff, maybe go experiment somewhere else, see what it's like. But that is TBD. But even if I do move away, I would love to come back and go to Chargers camp. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. There we go. All right, Cardinals pick being announced right now.
Cardinals, let's go! With the 41st pick in the 2023 draft, the Arizona Cardinals select BJ Ojulari, linebacker, LSU.
Cool. Makes sense.
Nice.
All right, so the run on edge rushers is happening.
I
Yeah,
was
so
looking
Go for it.
real quick on the Cardinals. I was just looking at their defense, which is a complete disaster. And I looked, their top corner is making they don't have a corner making more than $2 million, and they don't have an edge rusher on the team that's making more than $4 million. And next year, they only have one corner on their roster. So they got bailed out by the Texans big time with that trade for Will Anderson. I love Will Anderson, but it is so hard for Will Anderson to pay off the 12th pick, the 33rd pick, and a future first round pick, which most likely will be somewhere in the top 10. That's going to be a lot, but the Cardinals definitely need a lot of these edge rushers and corners, especially with their head coaches on the defensive side of the ball. So not a surprise that they went Paris Johnson just to give Kyler Murray some help. In that right tackle spot, interior spot, they needed help everywhere. But that defense, the cornerback and edge rush group over there is probably the worst in the NFL.
Yikes, I didn't realize it was that bad.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it, really.
All right, Hayden. Well, we're running out of time here. So what's up? What's on the docket? What can Charger fans look forward to for you guys in the next couple weeks?
Yeah, so we'll have some more NFL draft coverage after this. But most importantly, if you guys love fantasy football, we are launching a tournament on Saturday after the NFL draft. So you can go draft some Quentin Johnston. We are live in California. Best Ball Mania 4. It's a $15 million tournament, the biggest fantasy football tournament there ever was. So we'll be over there doing some coverage for that.
Sorry, Hayden. Packers just took Luke Musgrave.
That also the most obvious Packers selection ever. All they care about is these thresholds, and Luke Musgrave was like the threshold king. So this was like so beyond obvious as well.
Oh
right.
man. All right, Hayden. Appreciate you, man.
Later.
Charger fans, go check him out. And Hayden, we'll talk soon, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Later, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
All right, Musgrave to the Packers. So we're at this point we're tremendously concerned about Darnell Washington's medicals, right? Like
That's the word on the street, man. I don't know if that is true. I mean, I guess we could have asked Hayden. Hayden would have known more about that. So probably missed opportunity there. So yeah, Luke Musgrave, man, super athletic prototype at tight end. Has a fantastic skiing background. I think he was like world-class skier as well. Just has like incredible athletic traits. Only played 2 games this past year because of injury, but the 2 games were a lot of fun to watch on tape. Just moves differently, and so that's a good pick for the Packers. They definitely needed that kind of pick. So Jets here at pick 43. And the pick is in already for the Jets. So we'll see what happens here.
Pick is in for the Jets. You see that comment that Robert Saleh made? Like, we're going to get you out of that 4
Yeah.
a wide 9. Yeah.
I thought that was cool. Which is, I mean, listen, like Will McDonald, I thought I disagreed with him being 15 picks earlier than Nolan Smith. But Will McDonald's a quality player. And, you know, in this draft where there were some GMs who were saying that they only had like 10 or 11 first round grades last night in this class. And so you get a guy like Will McDonald, if that's your flavor of edge rusher, like, you know, you can make that work. And getting him at Y9, like you're talking about, that's a really good fit for him.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, if you only study wide 9 tape and you sort of grade him that way based on his actual role with your team, I could see why you could think of him as a top 4-3, maybe edge rusher.
Yeah.
So I would get that. Ooh, we are getting so close to this Chargers pick. I know we're not quite there, but we're really close to some really good players.
There was a lot of smoke with the Jets potentially taking a center in the first round. Maybe that's a pick right here.
Oh, then go get Tippmann or something fun. Are they? No, well, who's their coordinator now? Isn't someone awful?
Their offensive coordinator is Nate Hackett. Okay, here's the pick for them.
Oh, there it is.
I want to say hello to my daughters, Edith and Emery. Daddy loves you.
Aw.
With the 43rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Joe Tippmann, center, Wisconsin.
There you go.
There you go.
Good player.
Yeah,
Fun
good player.
man.
He was my top center in the class, so
Yeah, that's awesome.
I liked him a lot. Well, they're showing the picture, you know, they do like the profile picture, whatever. It's like a picture from 2 years ago.
For Tippmann?
Yeah.
Does he look different?
He's got a buzz cut instead of the mullet.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tippmann's out. Great. That's a 19th player on my board, so good for them.
Yeah.
I'm sure John Michael Schmitz won't be too far behind.
Yeah, curious about that spot.
It's just so scheme specific, you know. So
yeah.
Let's see.
So Colts up here at 44. Packers after that again at 45, courtesy of the Aaron Rodgers trade. So we are 10 picks away from the Chargers at this point in time.
This is the most common name brought up that's not Brian Branch. Not for the Chargers, but yeah, Keon White, not a first round pick.
At 54?
No. They're just talking about him in general, just not being picked so far because he was, you know, this sort of highly rated guy initially, and then has just continued to slide. I
never got that one, to be honest. I like in terms of power rushers, I just felt like there were better power rushers than him. And I just felt like he was a little bit more of a tweener than people were kind of letting on. You know, he was like 285 pounds. Like he was not exactly like, you know, a prototypical outside edge rusher, wide 9 kind of thing. Like I think you almost kind of have to kick him inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Arjun pointing out Keon White is 24 too. So
I didn't realize Daniel Jeremiah doesn't account for age. Like he actually doesn't do that. I guess that makes sense.
I think he might use it to like break some ties, but like I mean, he had Dalton Kincaid at number 9 overall.
Well, he's just that good, I guess.
Yeah. I'm bummed, man. I was hoping he would go to an NFC team.
Yeah.
I don't like it when Utah players have to play against teams that the Chargers potentially have to beat. It's not fun for me.
We got to watch Kincaid. We got to watch Mayer. Now in the AFC, of course.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm going to be haunted by Miles Murphy to the Bengals, but we'll see.
That too. Yeah. That's the downside of the draft is like you really like these players and you watch their tape and you've like I really wanted Miles Murphy at 21 and it's like oh he's got to go to the Bengals like you're gonna go to an NFC team.
Yeah.
All right, so Colts pick is in. They were a sneaky team I thought for a corner early in round 1 if they like didn't love a quarterback. Because I think their best corner is like Isaiah Rodgers, who's their slot corner.
Jeez.
Because they traded Stephon Gilmore. I think Brandon. Oh, I guess Brandon Faison is no.
Oh wait,
Faison's
Ringo
back with the Raiders. Yeah.
Is Bradley still their defensive coordinator?
Yeah.
Oh, this is Ringo, right?
This has to be Ringo,
right? Come on.
Ringo's like the perfect Gus Bradley team.
That or like I guess if they go edge, they go Zach Harrison or something. But
this is early for Zach Harrison. I know you like him more than I did, but that's definitely a Gus Bradley defensive end though.
Maybe Jim Irsay should ask the fans.
His tweet today about going double quarterback, I was like, what the hell? This dude is just unhinged, man.
Dude, one of the Spanos family members was like, all right, guys, Hendon Hooker at 54. I just pack up my season tickets and move on.
All right, after the Colts pick, we'll maybe talk about some other options for the Chargers.
Cool.
Gonna do a recheck here. Scott Child says, bro, Jimmy was drunk. All right, here's pick 44.
With the 44th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Julius Brents.
Okay.
So same kind of corner.
Another sort of corner, yeah. And I think that's the corner I would have preferred in that case. So
yeah,
nice. Brents is a good player.
Brents is a good player. So maybe this is kind of where we see some corners come off the board.
Who's there? So next is where are we? Green Bay, right? And they're fine.
Sorry, real quick. Arjun pointing out that this gives Gus his Richard Sherman. I wonder if there's an RAS comparison there.
Was Sherman an elite tester? Because Brents is like really up there.
Yeah,
right?
Brents is kind of a freak. Brents and the Lions just traded up.
Okay, what's the worst thing they could do here? What is the most non-premium player that they could take right here? They don't need a tackle, do they?
I am not sure, but we got just in time, I suppose. Our guy Russell Brown, man. Russell, what's up? How you doing tonight? Can you hear us? Can't hear us? Nothing?
You guys can probably hear me. I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
I don't know
we got you.
my
you sound great.
I don't know why nothing's connecting.
Hello, how are you?
Nice, Tyler. I didn't know you knew ASL.
Well, that's all I got. And this is fat.
Oh my gosh.
All right, now I can hear you guys.
Now you got us. You got us for
how's
that part. Okay.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Oh, watching my team just absolutely fall apart here. I don't know what they're doing.
Sorry, I'm not familiar. Which team?
Detroit.
Okay. I kind of assumed giving the fallen apart designation, but
yeah.
Well, we'll see here.
You're gonna get a live reaction with the Lions pick here.
This is great.
Dude, a running back and a linebacker in the first round. What the heck?
Look, I was told by a Lions fan that they don't value linebackers or running backs high in the draft, and they take them both in the first round. And then to make it even like worse, they have Michael Mayer staring him in the face, who, I mean, I don't care what anybody wants to say. He was a first round player. Like, that's what he was. And he's sitting there at 34, and you take Sam Laporta, which is fine. Like, I like Sam Laporta. Yeah. But that's just like the thing. Like, you're taking good football players, but there's also all these other good, if not better, players on the board. Mm-hmm. So it just makes it questionable, but obviously they have a plan. So we'll kind of see. I don't know what's going to happen with this trade. I don't know what they gave up. I was a little surprised that they moved up.
Yeah. It's funny because if you had 3 second-round picks and you used them on Gibbs and Laporta, and I already forgot who the third guy was, Campbell, you're feeling pretty good. But then you had 2 first-round picks on those guys and 12th overall. Good players, at least. Reaches, yes, but at the end of the day, these are good players.
Yeah. I mean, my assumption, just looking at the comments, there's a pretty good comment in there about Brian Branch going to the New England Patriots. I would have to think maybe that's why the Lions just moved up to try to get Brian Branch instead. But I do know that they like Keanu Benton quite a bit. So that could be it. Yeah.
Why not? Running back, linebacker, defensive lineman, interior defensive lineman, just 3. Well, no. I think analytics are moving towards interior guys being higher up there for position value. Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, I mean, sorry, I'm reading a comment about Laporta being better than Mayer, but whatever. God, man, it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's with interior guys, it's just more so about the versatility. If you can get guys that can move around, then obviously just their value skyrockets, especially like Kalijah, like for the first round, for example, Kalijah Cansey going to Tampa at 19. I love that fit. Pairing him next to Vita Vea, he can move around. He can play as a 4-eye technique. He can align outside as a 5 or a 6. There's a bunch of things that you can do with him. Prototypically, probably a 3, but that outlier at 281. But he's going to get one-on-one with a bunch of guards, and that's just a great fit.
All right, so the Lions, they're currently showing the war room, so I assume that they are about to announce this pick. So we got Devin Jackson in the chat now as well. So
oh my God, DJ.
We'll get Devin in here. I know you guys are close as well. Devin, what's up, man? We're about to get this Lions pick and get Russ's live reaction here. But how you doing tonight?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Catching up on some of these draft picks here early in the second round. I've been telling people that the day 2 picks have been the best time to pick dudes in a draft. So stockpile them. Lions are clearly doing that and getting aggressive. And do you blame them? So I'm watching out of the corner of my eye here to see who they end up selecting to Detroit. But I have a feeling it's going to make them pretty happy.
Oh, yeah. Brad Holmes is going to break a table.
All right, they're showing the Lions fans. I assume Goodell's coming out. So I'll play it on my iPad so we can all hear it at the same time if you guys are cool with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm assuming it's Brian Branch.
I feel like it's got to be a corner with here we go. Guess we'll find out.
The Green Bay Packers have traded the 45th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 45th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Brian Branch.
He's gone.
No.
Well, good for you guys. There's your first rounder.
Finally, something that makes sense. Good job.
Oh, he's still at the draft. Okay, good for him.
Hey, sorry, Steven, I missed it. What did they announce him as? A corner, safety, DB?
They announced him as a safety.
Okay.
So I thought that's interesting because he was listed as a corner on a lot of the betting sites, but listed as a safety here.
Brian Branch, good pick. A good player.
Yeah, no, he's a good pick. I mean,
he's one of the few people who's still left.
Yeah, he fits exactly what they're looking for too. I mean, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's probably not going to be the long-term answer there as that buzz defender that they need playing up in the box. Branch can do a variety of things. The straight line speed is questionable, the 4.58 40, but we're looking at a guy that can be that buzz defender, play up in the box, that nickel role. I think there's a lot of positives to having him, and they still have pick 55. So hopefully at 55 they can land either Keanu Benton. I would take even like Tyreek Stevenson out of Miami, Florida at this point. So I was hoping for Julius Brents, but I had a feeling he was going to go to the Colts because a lot of things I had heard prior to this week was that the Brent's campaign was very hot in Indy. So it is what it is.
All right, so we got the defensive back run potentially coming right now. All right, so Devin, you're in Kansas City, man. How was last night covering the draft?
Yeah, it was wild, man. I, I'm still just being there. I was at the red carpet and then went down to the media room for the draft and just seeing everyone's reaction of that first round. It was all over the place. Media members expecting it to go one way. Uh, Jalen Carter followed in. Jahmyr Gibbs going to the Lions at 12 was a big shocker. Everyone. Seeing Christian Gonzalez follow the top 10, even the top 15, was another big storyline to watch too. And then, after that, the next thing was like, okay, when is Will Levis coming off the board? People thought maybe 19 with the Bucks. And then you get towards the end of the first round, you thought someone might trade up. Eagles were talking about, maybe moving back, but they ended up taking Nolan Smith, another guy who quote unquote fell. So
Yeah.
just the reaction and everyone kind of all in that same room, like, and then okay, that makes sense. It was just,
Was he kind of out for anyone else? Sorry about that, Devin. I caught most of what you were talking about with the drafts. It just kind of cut off at the tail end there. So Patriots picking on the board here at pick 46. Apparently the Commanders pick has already been announced and they're at 47. So that's a tad confusing. So Russ and Devin, obviously we got you guys here. You guys both covered the Senior Bowl really well. We talked to both of you guys, ahead of this or after that Senior Bowl, I should say. So Russ, I'll start with you. Who are some Senior Bowl guys left that you think could be potential players coming off the board here in the next few picks that you would like?
Well, Keanu Benton's certainly one. He's probably near the top there. I think when you look at that prototypical 3 technique, I think the explosiveness that he has, good overall size, former wrestler, went 127-8, if I remember correctly, with his high school wrestling career. Ooh. And like every single time he lost, it was like in state championship matches. One of the guys he lost to, I can't remember the guy's name, but he went and played football at Navy. But he understands how to play with leverage. He has good overall size, and he's one of those guys that I think can be plug and play on day 2. The other guy, Cody Mock, the offensive lineman from North Dakota State, so much to love with him, with his physicality and how he operates in space. I like how he has that guard tackle flexibility. I think he's somebody that, might fit right here with New England at 46. I don't know if that pick has been announced yet, but if he ends up going here, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up in Green Bay either at pick 48. So there's much to be desired there. And then I'm going to probably steal one that DJ's probably talk about, but AA from Northwestern. How can you not get excited about a guy that tests off the charts at the combine? A little bit undersized, somewhat of that outlier, but the way he defeats reach blocks and that explosiveness is really something. I love that skill set from him, and I thought we would have seen him go a little bit sooner at this point, but he's there, so I'm okay with it.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So there's the end of the fall for Keon White going to the Patriots at pick 46. So before we get Devin's thoughts on some Senior Bowl guys, I will say to Russ's point about Keanu Benton, his RAS profile is like a near perfect match to that of Sebastian Joseph Day. So a lot of similar traits to what the Chargers value at that position if he's still on the board there. Devin, some Senior Bowl guys you think are potential guys coming off the board here that you like?
Yeah, I think coming up soon, I think we're going to probably get maybe a linebacker run. I would like to see Diane Henley come off the board towards round 3. Really like what he does in space, able to match some routes, in man coverage. Has a nice feel in zone coverage as well. Not your prototypical line and shedding, but more of a run and chase guy. I think he fits more as a will linebacker. Does a really nice job working in space. So he's a guy that I really like and think, he could make some noise. I'll go Darius Rush from South Carolina as another guy to watch as we start to wrap up round 2 into round 3. I think his anticipation skills, at the line of scrimmage and being able to have some really aggressive ball skills as well in coverage, I think is really going to attract teams in his length as well. Tested really well too at the combine. Talked much about outside Cam Smith, who I'm kind of, but Darius Rush was a big winner for me during Senior Bowl week, and I think he's someone that could come off the board here probably in the next 10 to 15 picks.
All right, so Jartavius Martin just went off the board to the Commanders at 47.
That's a great pick.
Yeah, good for them.
I love this game, man.
You know,
Yeah,
He's so good.
Commanders going Emmanuel Forbes in the first round and then Jartavius Martin in the second round. Two very athletic, ball productive players.
Tampa moved up to 48, so Green Bay just moved back again.
Stockpiling picks there.
I wonder if Tampa's going to move up for they need offensive line help. I wonder if John Michael Schmitz would be a guy right here. Cody Mauch would be a guy.
Schmitz play guard for you, or is he center only?
Who, Schmitz? No, he could play guard, I think. I mean, I would play him at center that would be what I would do if I was coaching him, but I think he can play either. He's got the athleticism. When we were at the Senior Bowl, watching him, he was another guy I guess you could throw in that list of players too. Like watching him reach down to a 4-eye was like crazy impressive. I wasn't expecting him to have that movement skills and that snap to step quickness, but he showcased it. I wouldn't be surprised if he was the guy there at 48 or even 49 to Pittsburgh. The way Pittsburgh's killing this draft, I could see that too. Man, I didn't think Jartavius Martin was going to go that soon. I knew he was going to go today. I just didn't know it was going to be that quick. That's faster than Tyreek Stevenson, Keely Ringo, Sidney Brown. Well, a lot of people thought Sidney Brown was maybe the second best safety in the draft. So maybe we'll see a run here on safeties too. Man,
what's up, Tyler? You looking at something?
No, I'm just trying to update the board because I realized I didn't do that. So I'm just trying to, as we're rounding closer to the Chargers pick, so I want to make sure I know who's up, who's not.
There you go.
Has Torrance been picked yet?
No.
Oh, that's a good call for
He is not.
Florida.
Big old guard. All right, so we got to live react to Russ with the Lions pick. Devin, obviously. Oh, here's the Bucks pick.
To the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. With the 48th pick in the 2023 NFL
Yikes, Roger.
Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Cody Mauch, guard, North Dakota State.
I love it when they show the fans' reaction and it's an offensive lineman and everybody just there's that second of I don't know who that is, and then they got to be excited, you know?
Yeah, they're just like, yeah.
Wow,
cool.
Yeah,
I liked Cody Mauch.
Who did they show on that earlier that they did that? Man, that's gonna bother me. It was probably 10 picks ago. Huh?
So was it Ojulari?
Yeah, it was.
BJ
I think they showed the fans and everybody was screaming about it. And I'm like, you guys don't know who that is. Stop it.
LSU Red Rusher at least.
Yeah. My wife just texted me. She goes, hey, the no teeth guy just got picked.
My wife texted me and said, man, the Buccaneers love ginger offensive linemen.
They do, man. They're like, hey, making sure that you just stay in the facility and only grind tape because you can't step out in the sun.
All right. Well, before the Buccaneers picked, I was going to ask Devin. Obviously, the Eagles crushed the first round, man. You get Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. What are your thoughts there? And what are you kind of looking for day two from Howie Roseman?
Yeah, that was I couldn't believe. I had a feeling they were going to trade up for Jalen Carter. I just didn't know it was going to be just one pick, and they give up a 2024 fourth to get him. The Nolan Smith thing, it just made sense with him falling down the board in 29. If he was there, you knew they would probably take him, and they did. So I think it's two guys that make sense for their defense, can come in. They don't have to be immediate contributors, especially with Nolan Smith. He can learn from Josh Sweat and from Hassan Reddick, who people comp to a lot. So it was kind of a slam dunk pick there. Second round here, I would expect him to maybe dip into the offensive line class, take a look at some guys. DeJuan Jones be interesting as kind of fill in for Lane Johnson whenever he calls it a career. So I think he could be a nice pick at 66. If they don't go offensive line, they could maybe go Wanye Morris from Oklahoma, who could play both sides of the line. Did so at Tennessee, played left at Tennessee, right at Oklahoma. So I think those are the two guys for me, offensive line wise. I could see them going after and maybe targeting, especially with guys like Bergeron and Cody Mogg both coming off the board, and Eagles showing some interest in them in the pre-draft process. And then the defensive back wise, we'll see who they go with. Quan Martin, they may be interested in. He's obviously off the board. Same with Julius Brents, but we knew he was going to go probably early on day 2. So Darius Rush, who I brought up, I think it would be a nice option behind Darius Slay and James Bradbury as they continue to be the starters for Philadelphia. And maybe they dip into the safety class. Maybe a guy like Chris Smith from Georgia, if they want to continue to build kind of that Georgia pipeline. I mean, even a Keely Ringo from Georgia as well as a developmental option. So they definitely certainly have some options. And safety wise, they could go Sidney Brown. He's really good for what he does, and I think he would fit nicely in their defense. And they need more of kind of that enforcer role, more of a guy that could come in and come inside the box, defend the run, but also the upside to cover tight ends too. So I think that would be a couple nice potential picks for the Eagles there.
Yeah, well, if you want an offensive lineman, you're more than welcome to come get pick 54 for the Chargers. A lot of love for Darnell Washington in the chat here. So kind of segueing from the Georgia conversation there. So we'll let you guys get out of here after I ask you about him. Russ, what's your take on Darnell Washington? Do you think there's been a lot of he's got the highest ceiling of the tight ends? Where'd you land on Mr. Darnell Washington?
Yeah, I'm just flipping through my draft guide here, looking to see where exactly he was at. I like the player quite a bit. I mean, there's much to be desired with a 6'7", 275-pound tight end. He was definitely ranked higher than Sam Laporta, a 48th on my board. So we're kind of right in the range where I think he would go. I love the after catch movement skills from him. I mean, you watch me, he can hurdle defenders, but really what I like is when he plays in line and he can run up the seam. I think that vertical threat ability with that size and that speed is really different from a lot of tight ends in this draft. And he's got that big catch radius as well. So I thought, I think I paired him up with Washington in my day 2 mock from today. So I thought maybe Washington would have made a lot of sense, but maybe he lands with Miami coming up. I know they have that need for a tight end, and that would make my boy Ryan Boer pretty happy down there in Miami. So we'll kind of see what happens with the Dolphins. They're coming up. I don't know what the Pittsburgh Steelers just did, but seems
the Steelers just took Keanu Benton. So
God,
crushing it, man.
That's a really spot on pick for them that they are very stereotypical.
They have nailed the draft so far, man. I really like what the Steelers have done. They've hit needs and guys that are high upside players, physical specimens. So I mean, you couldn't ask for better for the Steelers. But on Darnell Washington, look, I really like Washington's game. I think if you're asking him to be a kind of that vertical threat, high volume receiver as a tight end, I think you'll be a little misguided. But if you're asking him to be a physical blocker, kind of an outlet, a red zone threat, I think that's where you really get the value with Darnell Washington and what he's able to bring to the table. So I think if you just got to use him smartly and correctly. I don't think he's a really good athlete for his size, but he's not someone that's sudden, and explosive off the line. He's more of a built to speed type of player. So if you're asking him to kind of be more of a tight end too in the offense and help reset the line of scrimmage and have them on a short utilizing the red zone. I think that's where you really maximize the skill set.
Yeah, I agree with that. Looks like the Packers just took Jaden Reed, and receiver from Michigan State, at pick 50. So going all in on
this is
going
just
vertical.
getting worse. This is the worst day of my life. Are you kidding me?
Oh man, taking all your guys. I know you were high on Jaden Reed a lot. So
Oh my god, dude.
Russ, I'll let you get some stress relief outside before the Lions get on their next pick.
This is ridiculous.
Can't thank you guys enough for joining us. Rush, wish you nothing but the best. Devin, you as well, man. Have the best time down there in Kansas City. And we'll talk soon with you guys.
Talk to you guys.
All right. See you guys.
See ya. All righty.
So
So
pick
Jaden Reed was the
51.
last. Yeah, Reed was the last pick that I saw. So I'm gonna go maybe one more pick and then get off of everything.
Yeah.
But okay, in terms of options that are left for the Chargers, a lot of people want Darnell Washington at this point. I mean, heck yeah, but I mean,
It's the medical
we
thing
don't
for
we don't know the thing that's preventing him. Because at this point, I don't believe it's an evaluation or grades thing. It's just I mean, not that he was the most dominant like receiving tight end. So it's like, oh yeah, he had 75 receptions, but still at this point, like he should have been taken. So maybe it's to the Chargers' benefit. I mean, they did it with the Georgia player last year, but that was the 6th round. And we knew what Jamari Salyer's thing was, I believe.
Yeah, that was noted that there was some ACL damage from a previous tear or something like that. No one really knows what the Washington stuff. I know that he was I think he missed their first playoff game.
I missed that one.
Okay, so Dolphins circling back to cornerback. They take Cam Smith from South Carolina.
Okay.
All
Nice.
right, so
wait, how many corners do they have? They have
I think they cut Byron Jones, so I think Cam Smith
Oh.
probably will start in the slot for them.
Okay.
Xavier and they have
Jan
what's
Ramsey.
that guy's name? Cater Kohu, I think his name is. He was a pretty good slot corner for them last year. All right, well, we're at pick 52, so we're 2 picks away here. This to me is screaming defensive player. I don't know about you, with the way that the tight ends have come off of the board. I would say, again, we're 2 picks away here. So I mentioned this yesterday, man. Adetomiwa Adebawore is still on the board here.
Ooh.
That to me makes a lot of sense for them. He can cover up a bit of your need at edge. Can also moonlight as a defensive tackle. Maybe that's kind of his focus, but that would be somebody I'm very interested in here if he's still on the board at 54.
Yeah, he's a little bit lighter than they're used to, although he's kind of a tweener. So I would imagine with a new role that he could gain weight and bulk up, because he's not like an undersized guy. But I mean, there's 4 defensive linemen in this draft who fit that threshold, and Adebawore is one of them. And of those 4, only 3 have the actual arm length to match. So Adebawore with almost 34-inch arms, that fits. Runs a 4.49. I mean, that would significantly boost the athletic profile of your defense. So
yeah,
I'd be down for that. I know people maybe wouldn't be super thrilled with a D tackle, but I mean, the Chargers were so much significantly better last year with Morgan Fox rushing the passer.
Yeah.
And in the off chance, you have guys that get hurt, guys that are still hurt, etc. Like Adebawore would be awesome.
Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off with the pick. The Seahawks just took Zach Charbonnet. So that's kind of a head scratcher. They just had Kenneth Walker be a rookie of the year.
I love them so much. I made a joke yesterday about like Gibbs or whatever, but they ended up doing it with Charbonnet. All right, well, at least that takes off the board for the Chargers. There's no way there's a running back here for the Chargers.
No, because Tyler Spears, unfortunately, with the medical concerns.
Oh, they took a running back. That's so funny.
All right, so we're pick 53.
Yeah, I'm off the comments.
With the Bears here. So I don't know if you're still in the chat here or not, but let us know who you guys potentially want here with the Chargers pick. A couple of minutes out. We got 500 people in the chat, so appreciate you guys. Cornerback wise, I like Tyreek Stevenson a lot.
Yeah.
Him and Darius Rusher are my 2 highest corners, and Keely Ringo. So I think that might be a spot for them. Tyreek Stevenson obviously had a bit of a issue with the Georgia coaches, so maybe that's not a thing. But I mean, there's Brandon said he loves Georgia, man. Keely Ringo's still on the board here at pick 54. How are we feeling about that, Tyler?
You would have to trust your development of your players because there's stuff that he does that's unbelievably fantastic and worth a first-round selection. The fluidity is not quite there for me for him to chop down and break up things. So I don't love it. Like Ringo for me, where do I have him ranked? He is 50. Well, he's 56th on my board, although I didn't grade any quarterbacks and I think I missed a couple edge rushers.
Yeah.
But like I have a 3rd round grade on him, so I'd prefer like a Darius Rush here. If they did go corner there, I just think I have less question marks about that one. But we're talking about Georgia, obviously. So if he didn't go to Georgia, then I think it would be pretty clearly Rush. But I'm just feeling defense here. I know people like Tucker Kraft. I do like him. I just think 54 is a bit rich, although he's very athletic. Could be really, really good. But
I like Kraft, but 54, like I think that's a tad rich for me. I think if there had been a bigger run on tight ends, I would get it. But you still got Schoonmaker potentially hanging around. You got Zach Kuntz hanging around. Yeah, Brenton Strange from Penn State, who I watched last week. So there's still a good amount of tight ends here. It sucks, man. I hate that the tight end run happened so much earlier. So I wouldn't be shocked by corner Adebawore, because I think with Adebawore too, you can count on adding some weight to his frame too.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's what I think with him, because everything else, like he might lose some of the speed, but I mean the 4.4940 is like 0.4 of a second faster than everyone. And 4.4940 is actually what Quentin Johnston ran at his pro day. So
he's gonna go out there and be the second fastest receiver on the
team. That's not funny.
We kid. All right, so they're on commercial for T-Mobile, and then the Bears pick is in at 53. So
okay, I'm not looking at the comments, and
this is the first pick that the Bears have had after Darnell, right? Yeah.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Because they traded for Chase Claypool.
What is the 1% chance that they suddenly go, maybe we could have John Michael Schmitz play right guard? The Chargers.
We know that Gavino was on this, that they met with him at the Combine as a formal meeting. I don't know if he's ever played right guard, to be honest with you.
Oh, has he not? I thought he had a couple opposite like guard spots. Maybe not.
I'm not sure. I know he's been mostly a center.
Okay, never mind. Just because that's
kind of a dark horse pick. Yeah. Let
me check.
What would your thoughts be as you check? I'm curious about Drew Sanders here as well.
Okay, so someone sent us that today as like a scenario, and I wouldn't love it because he's a linebacker, but at least you're taking a linebacker who can also moonlight as that edge rusher.
Yeah,
and like it's another betting on traits pick, because like if Quentin Johnston can't catch, Sanders can't tackle super well. I guess you're betting on traits for that one. But
yeah, I mean that's your Kyle Van Noy replacement though. Like,
exactly.
I could see a vision for him, playing a lot of snaps right away. That's the only reason why I brought it up.
Yeah, no, I think that's worth considering here. I suppose it wouldn't surprise me. Like I would get it. That's a pretty solid player. He's probably a 2nd round pick as is. So it's not like, oh gosh, who's this reach? I just wouldn't want a linebacker here. But then again, he's also partially an edge rusher. So yeah, it'd be fun.
I wonder if this is a trade down spot too.
It could be.
All right, here's the Bears pick from Mr. Devin Hester.
Y'all ready for this? With the 53rd pick of the 2023 draft, Chicago Bears select Javon Dexter Sr.
Whoa.
Javon Dexter.
Javon Dexter.
Okay. Yeah, that's another player that I actually thought
All
the
right.
Chargers would aim for in like the third round. Okay. So that's another player that really fits their
Interesting.
physical prototype. You're always curious, the player that goes before your pick. You always wonder what the Chargers were considering there.
Yeah.
Different guys like Adebawore and Dexter both fit the physical profiles, but Adebawore is a rusher. Dexter's more the run defender. So
Yeah.
Okay, man. We're at
Dexter,
pick 54.
Sorry, Dexter kind of reminded me of Otito now when I went back and
Long
watched him.
arms, man. Long arms for sure.
All right,
No,
so
he doesn't.
Chargers
Just
picking
kidding.
here at 54 officially on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
We got 116 comments on here. I'm in the private chat, so I'm not seeing the comments. So
Yep, I have no
if
idea.
you already know the pick and you're waiting for us to react, apologies. We're gonna do this live. I think that's the best way to do the draft.
Yes. Amazingly, through every single pick so far, your ESPN Wi-Fi and stream has been perfect, except for at 21
Except for at 21 yesterday, yes. Because you went out and clipped like the reaction and you hear me go, no shit, ESPN, no.
Yeah, and then my dog starts barking, and then Arjun's like, it was a disaster. And then Alex pops in. It was such a hot mess.
All right, Chargers pick is in at 54, Tyler. Are they going to commercial? No. Okay, they're showing the war room. All right. So this is going to be a Nick Hardwick announcement. Are they already talking about it? Are they already doing it?
Los Angeles Chargers.
No.
Oh, I thought that was a pick. Defense here sounds good to me. If Darnell Washington is their pick, I trust that they've at least done enough homework to feel good about that one. Otherwise, it's not a receiver. Would be funny if I don't know how you feel the fact that Jalen Hyatt is still here, and even to a certain extent,
Double dip, man.
Well, no, I just mean like in the strategy that we kind of discussed.
Sorry, Tyler. Here's Nick.
I just want to take a brief moment to thank all of you fans from every team. We are so grateful for you. Without you, none of this would exist. We are so blessed. With the 54th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Tuli Tuipulotu.
Oh, wow. Let's go.
Okay.
All right, Tuli.
The player I didn't watch. Unbelievable. Of course, one of the most productive rushers in this class, but I always considered him more like the DN type. So did you get a chance to watch him?
Yeah, I like Tuli a lot. So they announced him as a defensive end, not as a linebacker, which they would have done if he were an outside linebacker. So
interesting.
In terms of like defensive, edge rusher types, I think he can definitely do some edge rusher things. Not the bendiest player. He's more of kind of your initial get off and power rusher. I love his hand usage when he's able to work against outside tackles. Athleticism is a slight concern for me. And again, them announcing him as a defensive end is interesting there. I will also say USC's defense is kind of funny. They would actually stand him up as like a stand-up rusher linebacker, similar to how the Chargers would use Kyle Van Noy at the beginning of the season. So I think this is kind of a pick like, hey, like we're not crazy about where our edge rusher room is right now. We need some pass rush on the interior. Let's take a guy who can maybe cover a bit of the bull spots here. So I left Tuli as an edge rusher, and he was basically my last one available after that run there. So I like the pick. I think this is going to be a productive spot. And, Tom Telesco goes with another Southern California college player here.
I think of the top 150 in this draft, he's the one player I haven't watched.
Oh, no.
Him. This is Josh Palmer all over again, but I can't wait to watch him, man. But thank you for breaking that down. That's awesome. Hey, we got a USC player. I get to watch
Chiefs
USC.
just traded up.
Ooh.
Oh, my gosh. They're going to get Adebawore.
Yes, they probably.
I did not like Tuipulotu more than Adebawore for what it's worth, but I like Tuipulotu.
Yeah, but you definitely had him as a different player because you had him at edge and Adebawore. Yeah.
Tuipulotu is definitely more edge than Adebawore is. I'm just sending out a tweet right now.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Cool. I get to actually watch some film and figure out who this person is. I mean, I knew who he was.
I think that's pretty good value. Let me go make sure where I had him at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I had him at edge 11 behind Derek Hall. Derek Hall was okay, so I lied. I guess is Tuipulotu was 86 overall on my board, but I think that's not indicative of where how I actually feel about him.
Okay.
Maybe a bit of a reach, but
Yeah. God, I can't believe the one player I didn't watch. I have nothing to offer here. What happened? Here's what I can offer. Okay, 49 pressures, 12 sacks last year, 26 run stops. I can definitely offer you that one. Missed tackle rate. I'm not going to say that one out loud, but 49 pressures, 12 sacks. In terms of alignment, 406 out wide, 102 over the tackle, about 60 A gap, B gap, 4 in the slot, and 1 at corner. I don't know where the outside corner rep was, but
Alex Grinch, man, dude is a disaster. He's 20. He's a young guy. Okay, I didn't know that.
Cool. Yeah, he won't be 21 till September.
Man, that's a young player right there. It's a young pup.
I can't believe the player I didn't watch. Amazing.
Yeah. One other thing I do want to point out too, I think if you want to talk about a high energy player too, like there's a ton of chase down tackles from him all over his tape, whether that is as, like I mentioned, when he's lining up as like a stand-up linebacker, whether that's at edge, whether that's at interior defensive line. So I think people are going to really come to like this. I think the value might be a little rich for some people.
Yeah.
But again, like defensive versatility, this is something that they have done a lot of homework on. This is why we talked about Adetomiwa Adebawore last night and today. So they're going to get the same kind of player here with Tuli. I just don't think he has the same kind of ceiling as Adebawore. So more productive college player. He is 20 years old. So there's a lot to like here. I just think people are going to be a little surprised at the reach. Maybe this is their 3rd round reach. Instead, it came out 54.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I didn't even have Tuipulotu on the composite. Oh, I did. Okay. Hey, first and average depth of tackle among
there you go.
All interior defensive linemen.
There you go.
Now, that's how he was ranked on PFF. But
all right, here's the Chiefs pick.
God help me.
NFL legends Ed and Brad Buddy. Can you believe this? First of all, the Buddy family would like to thank the family of the national
father and son both played for the Chiefs. That's crazy.
And also the Hunt family that has allowed my dad and I's dreams to come true. And now the beat goes on for the next generation. The Detroit Lions have traded the 55th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With that pick in the 2002-3 draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Rashee Rice, wide receiver, SMU.
Cool. Well, the other player I didn't watch, apparently.
I'm cool with that one, man. I think Rashee Rice, I was not a huge fan there. So Arjun pointing out too, there was a lack of testing for Tuipulotu as well. I think there was an injury, so I think he tested this like a couple weeks ago. Didn't test at USC's Pro Day because it was like pouring rain and didn't want to risk injury. So that is something to consider for sure.
So the other question I want to ask, because you've watched him, does Tuipulotu, I don't know if he really does or doesn't, but does he have a role that compares, or at least in terms of college and what he could do, does it compare to either Khalil Mack or Joey Bosa? Like if he's the next guy next year, who is he more like?
No, I don't think he's a true edge in the NFL. I think he's more of your Morgan Fox, more of your I forget the guy the Rams had this past season, Brenched, I want to say. So I think he's a guy who can play on the edge and play on the interior. I don't think he is your replacement for Khalil Mack or Joey Bosa.
Okay. All right.
He weighed at 265 at the combine.
Mm-hmm.
So I think probably looking at him bulking up and playing more inside. I think that's probably where he's best at. I know a good amount of people had him as like true interior defensive lineman, and that's how they graded him. I think what he does best right now is on the edge, but I think you can kind of project him a little bit more on the inside too.
Yeah. Well, so far Chargers at least doing what we sort of considered, right? We said wide receiver, tight end, and edge in the first 3 rounds. You have to hit those. Obviously, they did wide receiver first, then obviously quote unquote edge for now. So I guess the 3rd round pick might be tight end. That's what we've been hearing all offseason, and so far they've done that. It's amazing how that works.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, a lot of pass rush productivity, lots of run stop potential here. You pointed out average depth of tackle, one of the best in the class as well. So
cool.
Again, I think this is the type that they were looking for. Somebody who can do a little bit of both, be your potential Morgan Fox replacement.
Cool. Well, if you sign off, I'm happy.
Todd Davis said that the eval from ESPN on Tuipulotu is a versatile defender who excels. I just lost it now. Shoot. I'll put it on the board. Who excels at splitting blockers and making plays in the backfield, regardless of where he lands up. I do agree with that. I do think he's more of a gap shooter than like a take blocks head on kind of player. So maybe again, kind of some similarities between him and Morgan Fox there. So, you know, I think with the way that the board was playing, you probably had to address defensive line at some point.
Yeah.
In the first today on day 2.
Yeah, and I'm happy they did. You know, again, it sucks I didn't watch him, but I'm so happy. Like pass rushers, wide receivers. I mean, this is kind of what we wanted, so I'm really happy that they're addressing that.
I missed the Bears pick. Anybody see who the Bears took? Because now the Giants are on the clock.
I can look on Twitter real quick, unless you're already.
Oh, Giants are announcing their pick right now.
23 NFL Draft. Our New York Football Giants select John Michael Schmitz, center, Minnesota.
Plug and play, good center right there.
There you go. Oh, Anthony said that the Bears took Stevenson. Is that right?
Oh, okay.
Oh, I just saw who the Cowboys took. Yikes.
Yikes good, yikes bad.
I think it's yikes bad, my friend.
Like
yikes bad for us. Bad for us. Schoonmaker is who they take.
Oh.
Yeah. So tight end coming off the
board. All right, so Darnell Washington is missing a foot. Then,
yeah,
right?
This is yikes for Darnell Washington. Okay, so the Bears traded up to get Tyreek Stevenson. All right. Okay, so Chargers announced him as an edge, although he was announced on the broadcast as a defensive end. So
they have him at edge.
Here's the Cowboys pick.
Free agent. I'm honored to be here in Kansas City for the 2023 NFL Draft. Of course, I come to you as a former Dallas Cowboy, but I also want to honor the legacy of the Kansas City Chiefs and some of its great players, like the great Otis Taylor and our original owner, Lamar Hunt. But I'm here to represent the 5-time world champion Dallas Cowboys and its Hall of Fame owner, Jerry Jones, Gene Jones and the Jones family, head coach Mike McCarthy, and Cowboy Nation. With the 58th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the 5-time world
Get on with it, guy. My gosh.
Luke Schoonmaker, tight end from Michigan.
What a guy. What a guy.
Feels good to write an article that says in January the buzz is that the Chargers will key in on wide receiver, tight end, and edge in the draft.
Hey.
What a thing.
Yeah. Tyler, apparently I spoiled the pick and should get blocked. I apologize. All right, so we got our guy Marcus Johnson in the chat as well. Excited to get some of his thoughts here. Doing some great work covering the Raiders over there for SB Nation. Marcus, what's up, man? How you doing tonight?
Good, man. I'm doing all right, man. The Raiders doing pretty good at this draft, so
they are.
I'm excited about that. I don't have the ugly reaches anymore.
It's kind of a new thing for you guys, huh?
Yes, it's like we're picking like good players. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's weird.
Definitely weird stuff for me at this point, So
yeah, so Marcus and I have chatted before. Tyler, his dad is a Raiders fan too, so there's some connection there as well. So excited to pick your brain here as well. Obviously covering the draft and doing some great work there. All right, so Tyree Wilson and then trading up for Michael Mayer, man. How you feeling about that?
I feel good about both of them, especially the Mayer one. I think Mayer is a good replacement for Darren Waller, especially what Josh McDaniels like to do at the tight end. Darren Waller wasn't the greatest blocker, and that was kind of like really the thing that they didn't like. And so they, Foster Moreau kind of was eating into his snaps a lot more than I liked. But that's just Josh McDaniels wanted. It wasn't really a fit for him. So I think Michael Mayer is more of a better fit than what they thought for Darren Waller was. So I think that's why I really like that pick. And Tyree Wilson, you expected him to go a little higher than he thought, but I think he's a great compliment to Tyree Wilson. I think Max Crosby. So just what he does is bull rusher, and not that motor that he has, and you got Max coming off the edge a little bit with that motor as well. I think you get to see some fireworks from them. Not this year, because I think Tyree Wilson he has to refine some things. I think some things he has high pad level, things like that. He got to get better at in the next level because he's big and strong, but you have high pad level. These guys are going to push you around, so he's got to work on that and get better there. But I really like the Mayer pick more than the Wilson pick, but I like the Wilson pick still.
Yeah, and a good guy to pair him with someone like Max Crosby, of course. Where does that kind of put Chandler Jones' contract at this point? Like, you can get away from his contract next year, I'm assuming, yes?
Yeah, they can get out of his contract next year. I think that's kind of the outlook with that one because, even when he played last year, it wasn't that exciting. At the end of the year, you saw some more pressure from him, right? Mm-hmm. But it was really kind of just looked old. I mean, he played good against the run, I guess. I mean, that's only really what you got, but you don't pay him $17 million to play against the run. So you pay him $17 million to get after the passer, and he wasn't doing that. Like I said, it got a little bit better at the end of the year. Maybe getting Wilson might put a fire under him, but I don't know about that. I think that's kind of like they're kind of weeding him out and bringing Wilson in, and I think Wilson is a good fit. Kind of grow with Max Crosby for the next couple of years. Yeah,
absolutely.
So, do you guys pick again tonight, or was the third rounder a part of the trade to move up for Mayer?
70 and then 100.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
So they're picking twice.
Nice.
What are your wants at pick 70 here? We're like 10 picks away now.
I really want them to grab a corner. I think there's some good cornerbacks out there. I really like Julius Brents as a fit for what Patrick Graham likes to do. I think that's somebody that I would like at 70 or even 100.
Oh, Brents is long gone, my guy.
Is he? He went already?
Yeah, Colts. he was the Colts at 44.
Oh man.
Yeah, he went to Gus Bradley just a few years too late for you guys.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was hoping I missed that one, but but I still think they need a corner. Somebody else I like Trice out of Purdue, so that's another good fit. So that I really liked. He could play cover 2, really good in press. He showed a little more athleticism than people thought, but I really liked him as a player. So I really like corner. I still think they got to try to find maybe some kind of quarterback they want to develop. I don't know if they do that at 100. Hooker's kind of falling, and I think that might be a type of guy they might want to look at just to get somebody because I think Jimmy G is going to get hurt eventually, probably. How his whole career is gone. that's probably going to happen, and I don't want to watch Brian Hoyer that much. So I'm hoping that we can get somebody that can develop there. But I think they got to get a guard too. I think the guard position is kind of really ugly. So I see, or Torrance is. I don't know, has he been picked? I don't think Torrance is falling a little bit. So hopefully that's somebody there at 70 that they can get.
The Bills are picking right now, so we'll see.
Have all been great, but it is Bills Mafia over everything. Yeah. In all seriousness, man, I was here in 2018, and I had the honor of being up here with a great Bills Mafia legend and Poncho Villa. And this is for you, man. I'm back up here again, and I just want you to know you're gone but not forgotten. With the 59th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Osiris Torrance, guard out there.
There you go.
Well, jinxed it.
I'm surprised he lasted that long. I mean, there was a good amount of like first round hype for him.
Yeah, I was surprised about that too. I really liked him as a guard. I think he's a really good player. Really good player. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, there's been a little bit of run of guards. I know Avila went to as well. Man, I did not know Brent's went. That kind of bothered me a little bit. I thought he was going to be there at 70, but knowing Gus Bradley, that makes sense. He was going to get past Gus with that link.
Yeah. We both had to watch. We both had to endure the Gus Bradley defense.
You guys are longer than me though, so
yes.
Longer than me, man, for sure.
Yeah, we had 4 years of it, so
4 years of the same exact defense every single play.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And every single year, dude, it was like, oh yeah, I think I might want to, crank up the blitzing this year. And then it was like, okay, sure, Gus, sure.
Yeah.
But then this year, the Colts actually blitzed like a decent amount. Like I think they were like 20th in blitz rate this year.
Yeah, they play
like
a lot more
huge
too
rate.
high too. They play a lot more too high than they usually play too. So he has to. I don't know what his plan is. What's his plan? I mean, he just can't do that single high stuff for the.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to get your thoughts. Chargers going Tui Pelotu here in the second round. Did you get the chance to grade him? What were your thoughts there?
I thought he's a really good player. I thought that his size. It was funny. Like they listed him at 290, but you watch him on film, he did not look 290 at all. and I think he's a great fit. I mean, definitely a player with a lot of motor. I really like some of his moves. He has pretty good pass rush plan too. I think he's pretty set there. And a little bit of a steal, kind of falling that far with his sack production. Because the one thing that that kind of translates with especially defenders is production. And guys are out there producing in college a lot of the times, especially when they have the athleticism and they have those marks. I mean, if they didn't have those marks, and you kind of see those guys, not trending out. But when you have that kind of athleticism and you're able to get out to the passer and get a lot of production in college, they're usually a pretty good player. So it's a good sign for him. I really like that pick for sure.
There we go. We got the Marcus stamp of approval. So Bengals just went with DJ Turner, cornerback from Michigan, at pick 60. So maybe we might get a little mini run on cornerback here. Obviously, Keely Ringo's still on the board. Darius Rush. I know Tyreek Stevenson just went. So this you Raiders are at 70. You said?
Yeah, they're at 70. They got a lot of fifth round picks though. They could trade up. They have a lot of fifth round picks. They could trade up if they decided to. The NFL's decided they like these small corners, huh? It's interesting.
Yeah. DJ Turner's more like skinny than short, though, right? Isn't he like 5'11"?
Yeah. But he's not like, usually they're like at least 195 at this point. But Forbes went like what, 15, right? And he's like 166.
166, yeah.
That's wild,
Yeah.
So
I don't think I've been in 166 since like high school. So
I don't think I've been 166 since like probably sixth grade.
Yeah, he went 15, man. Like that's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, I mean, that was the size I was when I played corner in high school. I was like thinking, man, maybe I shouldn't have stopped. I should have kept going. Thought I was undersized, man. I was like, man. Oh, that's pretty funny.
Tuli Tuipulotu is the cousin of Talona Hufanga. I didn't know that.
Oh, wow.
That's cool. Obviously, I knew his brother plays for the Eagles, but
what did you guys think of the first round pick by the Chargers by Quentin Johnston?
A good mix of things. I think it was a player that I should have discussed more to the Chargers. We were so focused on the receivers they wouldn't take in round 1 and who they would take in round 2.
Yeah.
We didn't focus a lot on Quentin Johnston, but it took a moment to adjust. But I understand why they took him. Like, they took a player who was really good at a thing the Chargers were not good at, and they took him a premium position. So I understand why they did it. It all just needs to translate now. Like, there's no question that the talent is there. No question what he could do on film was fantastic. It's just the one thing that every single person knows, which is the catching the football part. And so if that can translate, if that can be fixed and amended, you're awesome. Like, you're feeling great. Like, everyone's going to wonder, why did he go all the way to 21? Like, he's so talented. What happened? But there's such an obvious glaring thing. So if you can make that work, you're feeling golden about it. And I think he's in a really good spot to make that work.
Yeah, that was what worried me about him, is his hands. But he's got Mr. Heater coming. He better hit that.
You better figure it out. You better figure it out. You better crank that jugs machine up.
He's gonna try to fit in that window, man. You better try to catch that ball. It's not a joke.
Yeah.
So
the Chargers social media team, they did this video recently of it was like a fan, and they like cranked the jugs machine like all the way up to like simulate Justin Herbert's arm. And the poor guy like didn't catch a single pass.
Yeah,
and it was like for this
so
like competition or something like that. And then they like redid it and they put it like at a normal speed, and the guy caught like a good amount of passes. So I was like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, because just watching Herbert, man. Sometimes he doesn't even look like he's trying, and that ball just flies off his hand.
Yeah.
So yeah.
They're just these throws. Like, there's like one throw a game where there's just like this window, and it's like, if you don't hit this like right on the spot, like you got two defenders like coming like from each way. Like that happened against the Vikings. There was a touchdown to Eckler like right over the middle. Against the Niners this year. You know, the DeAndre Carter throw. Just like the arm strength is crazy sometimes, man.
It's nuts. And he's not even trying. Sometimes I want to see him like actually put a full throw, like his full arm into it, see how hard he throws that ball.
Yeah,
it's so effortless. That's what trips me out.
And he was doing that with some cracked ribs this year.
Just no effort. Goodness. You know what I mean?
Oh, it wasn't a fan. It was a Chargers employee. Okay, my mistake. But yeah, I initially I was a bit harsh on the pick because, like Tyler said, I think like we didn't really talk a whole lot about him, and we wanted one of the pass rushers that were still there, Miles Murphy or Nolan Smith. But you know, Quentin Johnston gives them just a dimension that they haven't had in quite some time. So I'm excited for the pick, man. Like, the more you think about it, I think him along with the rest of the receiver group, I think you get a really well-balanced group with Keenan Allen as like your route runner, Mike Williams your jump ball guy, Jalen Guyton is your take the top off, and then you get Quentin Johnston with a yak role right now, and then see how he progresses. Maybe he can become like a true X in the NFL. But I think for me, like, you put him as a Z, yards after catch opportunities just all day long. I think that's his best attribute right now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
All right, here's the Jaguars pick at 61.
Hey, I can't leave out here without giving one big Duval. All right.
The 12 fans.
The 61st pick.
There's like literally three people there.
NFL draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Brenton Strange, tight end, Penn State.
So Darnell Washington's missing 2 feet then. Like, he's
this run on tight ends is not great for the Chargers.
Brenton Strange at 61. Wow.
I think at this point for the Chargers at tight end, you're probably talking yourself into like, what's the kid's name from Alabama? I forget his name right now.
Latu.
Cameron Latu. Yeah, like maybe Latu in the 4th round or something like that. Because at this point, Kuntz is not going to make it to 85.
No, not at this point. Does even the guy from Purdue, does he even make it? I mean, if Strange is going this high.
Oh, Payne Durham.
Yeah.
We like Payne Durham. I like that.
That would be the one I would cheer for. The 3rd round tight end from Purdue.
Because it's Strange going that high. Because I watched all the tight ends. I figured the Raiders were going to take one, and then watching Strange going 61 is interesting to me.
Yeah, I forgot to mention with Allen. Hold on, here we go. Hold on. There it is. Chandler Whitmer at 2020 at Clemson was a graduate assistant helping quarterbacks and wide receivers. Davis Allen is from Clemson. There's my random Chargers connection there with tight ends.
There you go.
I had to look it up because that was an old one.
Second pick to the Houston Texans.
Oh, Texans traded up for this pick.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Juice Scruggs, center.
Whoa.
Go Texans.
That is extremely early for Scruggs.
Wow. 2 Penn State guys go really early. Wow. Juice Scruggs. Interesting. I thought Olu from Michigan is better than him.
I liked Ricky Strungberg better than him too.
Yeah, me too. Wow.
So they traded up to wait, what? 62?
They traded up for him too.
Yeah, they traded up for him. They're doing a lot of trading.
Wow. That's a
This comment right here.
Yeah, I'm laughing at In Toast. Cushing announcing a dude named Juice.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's
That's
too
classic,
funny.
man. That's real though.
All right, Marcus. Well, thank you so much for joining us tonight, man. We really appreciate it. We're a few picks away from the Raiders here, so gut feeling at pick 70. Who are you looking at?
I think they're going to interior O-line. So I think Juice Scruggs going. I think it's kind of could scare them a little bit, and I think they're gonna go interior O-line and try to nab somebody there because that's a big need. You can't go Alex Bars anymore. It's not gonna happen for me. Let's not do that. So yeah, hopefully they do that.
There we go. All right. Guys, make sure to go follow Marcus on Twitter. Does some great work, covering the draft. And we got the Broncos pick right now. Let's listen to the Broncos pick actually before we say
Shout out to my daughter Marley, my son DeMarcus, and also my son Michael. I know they're watching. The Detroit Lions have traded the 63rd pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 63rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Marvin Mims.
Oh, come on. No.
Wow. Oh wow.
Ugh. We were big Marvin Mims guys,
Yeah,
clearly.
me too. I like Marvin Mims a lot too.
That sucks, man. All right, Marcus.
All right, guys.
Appreciate your time, man. We'll talk soon, I'm sure, about everything after the draft, and looking forward to the season. And then, as always, I'm sure we'll have you on before the Chargers and Raiders kick off the season in the fall.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Take care.
Congrats too. Congratulations.
Thank you.
guys.
Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And again, appreciate your time tonight for sure.
All right, man. See you guys.
Take care.
Marvin Mims to the Broncos. Come
Sean
on.
Payton already breaking my heart. Well, good for them. Had to find someone to make Russell Wilson seem taller on the field. I don't know.
That really is frustrating.
Hey, isn't Philly up? Isn't Philly up?
The Bears are next on the clock here.
Oh. What's up, Alex?
Hello.
How are we feeling
up,
about
dude?
Tuli Tulipalo 2, who I did not watch, so I have no comments.
I like it a lot. His brother's on the Eagles. But
Yes.
yeah.
That's the first thing you bring up.
Well, thanks for your commentary, Alex. Bye.
On brand. No, but I like the pick a lot. He actually, Mel Kiper early on in the process had him at 21 to the Chargers. And then I feel like the reason he ended up being a second-round player is because he didn't test athletically. But has a really high pass rush win rate, super productive, and he's young. He's going to turn 21 when the season starts. So, from that standpoint, you're trying to replace Khalil Mack or Joey Bosa next year. I like the pick a lot.
There we go. I like his film. I think I had him lower because of like athletic testing, because I think you had the whole picture with Derek Hall and the guys like that. But profile wise, I think like I said earlier, I think he's kind of your Morgan Fox replacement more than like your long term edge. But
yeah,
we'll see what happens there. All right, so Bears on the clock here. Pick is in, and then the Eagles go back to back. Is that right?
Yeah, right now they're projected for 65 and 66.
Weird. Would be really cool to have 4 top 66 picks. That'd be nice.
I don't know if you guys saw this on Twitter because you guys were doing this stream, but the way that it was tweeted out when the pick was after Tulipilotu was the Chiefs traded up. I don't remember which team they traded up with,
so people probably thought the Chargers were trading down with the Chiefs.
People thought the Chargers traded back with the Chiefs, and everyone was going crazy, like, "Oh, Tom Telesco traded down finally," and then it's like, no, he stood there and picked, which would have been funny if he did finally do it. I think Howie should commit to the bid and go Keely Ringo.
Honestly, they need a corner.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Ringo fan, but I would get it.
What are they doing right now? Is this like a
back end of the second's a good spot for Ringo, like him or not? I mean, I think that's pretty solid.
Yeah, no, that's really good value.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I'm sorry,
Mims
who's picking right now?
Sorry, Mims
The
the Broncos
Bears.
sucks.
Mims to the Broncos definitely sucks. Yes, Tyler, Bears are picking right now, but they just did some like kind of tribute thing. I don't really know what was happening there.
Gotcha. Also, KC traded back with Denver, right? They were at 63.
The Chiefs traded up with who was right after the Chargers. That would have been the
Ravens? They traded up. That's right. Okay.
Yeah. Ravens or the Vikings.
Is this the most trades we've had in the first 2 rounds?
I feel like it's definitely up there. There's been like 8 trades in the second round alone right here.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to close Twitter and go to the banners tab so I don't get the pick spoiled for me.
Okay.
The Bears are still technically on the clock right now.
Okay. Not to single this out specifically, but I think the Chargers showed yesterday that Tank Dell is not a player that they would draft.
You can get Tank Dell in the 7th round, and his name's Darius Davis. It's the same thing.
And he's a much better returner.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued by Jalen Moreno though from Fresno State. We've talked about that connection between.
We're gonna get one of these picks right.
I know.
They met with him recently.
Yeah, recently, and at his pro day, they met with him extensively. He was not Fresno State's primary returner last year because that was Nico Remigio, but he was their primary returner back in 2021, and he was good at it. So at the very least, he can do punt. He can take punts. Okay. So Bears just took Zach Pickens from South Carolina. I am stunned that Adetomiwa Adebawore is still on the board here.
I think you're seeing maybe with some of these guys that just if you don't have a defined role, maybe you're gonna fall. Like I know what Zach Pickens. I mean, okay, I feel like I know what Adebawore would do, but like the edge film was kind of terrible. So you're trying to get him up. Well, then like Jartavius Martin though. Played a lot of slot, and I didn't love that, but they have him now at safety. So I don't know. I guess maybe some of these tweener guys like a Brian Branch, maybe you just fall because we don't know what to do with you. But yeah, Adebawore, I think is way too talented to have fallen this far.
Yeah,
but
I would have taken
him round pick.
I would have taken him at 54, honestly. Not necessarily over Tuli or people talking about Darnell Washington, but I really like him too.
All right, who's going to rip out my heart and take out Adebawore? The Raiders are going to do something good.
Probably the Eagles right here.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
I feel like Howie's going to go offensive line trenches. He always kind of does that early second round.
Am I crazy, or did Torrance not go yet?
Torrance went to the Bills.
Yeah.
That was 59, 60.
Wow, it's like 2 top 20 players for them. That's pretty good. 25 players.
Man, Eagles pick is in.
People might have lost a lot of money on that Hendon Hooker first round bet, huh?
Yeah, no kidding. He's not even going round 2. Crispy asking again, why do you think the Chargers took Tuli over Adebawore? I think because we talked about this a little bit earlier, but Tuli's, I don't think he's a full-time edge, but I think he can play more on the edge than Adebawore can. I think Adebore's best work is as a 3-tech, 4-tech. I think Thule's best work is as maybe kind of your 5'9" wide 9 looks, but I think he can kick more inside than his profile indicates. So we'll see what happens there. You know, if Tuli Pelotu ended up as the Morgan Fox replacement, I would not be surprised. So that's just the difference here. I think Adebawore is like exclusively inside, who can occasionally kick outside, and it's the opposite with Tuli.
Yeah, that's the perfect way to set it up, I think.
Howie taking Darnell Washington would also be committing to the bit.
Yeah, especially because they did it with Nakobe Dean last year, that sort of fall-ish. Aaron Wilson's reporting a knee issue for Darnell Washington.
Oh.
And you never want to see a really big athletic person who's grown quite a bit with knee issues.
Oh, I didn't realize the Bears took Dexter and Zach Pickens.
That's interesting. I wonder who's their defensive coordinator.
Their head coach is the guy who used to be on the Colts.
Oh, Eberflus.
What's his name? Eberflus, yeah.
Okay.
So he calls plays for them. So that's Dexter's probably more of your Grover Stewart.
Sure.
Pickens more your DeForest Buckner type.
Sure. I'm bad at comps, but those two players are both.
I'm just saying, like,
yeah.
stylistically, like you're probably looking at, is Dexter more like a 1-tech, or is he more like a 3 or 5?
Oh, no, 1-tech for sure. Well, to start, I think he plays more inside.
Gotcha.
Pickens, I don't know, because Dexter's so athletic, though. My whole thing with him is that, like, he could do everything. He just hasn't really developed. But Dexter and Pickens, 2 of the 4 best prototype fits for the Chargers, not going to Chicago.
Yeah, so to your point, Aaron Wilson saying that he's been pushed down the grades or pushed down the boards because of the knee issue. Unclear how far he falls from original grades, which were high.
Right.
But like he had like one of the best combines ever. I'm confused.
Yeah, I want to
do that. Pretty damn healthy 2 months ago.
Yeah, honestly though, okay, I would hate a red shirt season for Darnell Washington. I would like if that's the case, then just go get Tucker Kraft probably. But the Chargers are in a really good spot where if Washington isn't quite 100% for whatever reason, they have a starting tight end, and technically they have their blocking tight end. It's just you need you guys for next year, and you want a true number 1 for years to come. But I don't know. It's not bad. I think in the 3rd round I'll take that over what will inevitably be a reach from the 4th round. So.
Yeah, I mean, if Darnell Washington's on the board at 85, I think you just kind of like deal with the knee issue.
Yeah, it would have to be like, he's out for the season. What could have happened? What did you do?
Because he missed a game. I want to say it was either the SEC championship or like the first playoff game, but then he played in the national championship game. Like he was presumably fine. Yeah. And he tested like a freak of nature. Like he had the 2nd highest short shuttle time at the combine behind like Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Weird.
Oh, Lindsay Theory just reported that Thule wasn't even watching this draft when he got called.
I don't know how I feel about that. Like he wasn't expecting to go that high, or like he just didn't watch the draft.
That's the implication, I think.
All right. I've not heard nothing bad about Thule, so I'm feeling good about it.
Maybe he just wasn't a fan of the draft. Maybe he didn't want to watch it. I don't know.
No, well, Levis didn't watch tonight either, so
Oh man.
Hendon Hooker's still on the board too. Eagles need a long-term backup. Okay, Alex, I'm sorry. You're getting the selection announced while they're on commercial.
That's fine.
That sucks.
I'm waiting for it now. They're showing a Marriott commercial and it says selection, so it's going to come up in a minute here. All right, Eagles at 65 select Alabama offensive lineman Tyler Steen. So you called it right position. I think
explain that to me like I've watched him.
Okay, imagine what an Alabama offensive lineman looks like in terms of physicality. That's what he looks like.
Okay.
He's a guard in the NFL. He's a guard in the NFL for me. So I think
Yeah,
So
he played
Dickerson,
defensive.
Dickerson pick Redux or
not nearly as talented.
Not nearly as talented or as physical, but I think he can give you some tackle flexibility in a pinch. Stylistically, he's kind of similar to Jamari, although Jamari, I think, significantly longer arms and more technically sound. So obviously, if Jamari were healthy, he gets picked, in like the probably top 100. So that's my thoughts there. I think he's a guard, but he can play tackle. Looks like the Eagles actually just traded out of pick 67. The Broncos are currently on the board now at 67.
All right, how will the Broncos?
the
ruin
Eagles
my
are at
day
66?
again?
Oh, well then we missed a pick.
I think we did.
So no, Denver's at 67 and 68. I have. Or no,
Okay.
They moved up from 68.
I don't think you're gonna like the second one. Sidney Brown was the second selection
For the
I'm okay with it.
Eagles.
for the Eagles. Yes.
I wouldn't be okay with it for the Chargers. But yeah, I mean, 70 missed tackles is a lot. But I don't know, like the way that he like plays and the way that he closes on the ball, like that, there's something that you can't like teach there. Not to mention, I think it was Arjun who posted Shannon entropy stats, and he played like all over the field at Illinois, and is like probably the most versatile safety in this class. So yeah, I mean, I don't love the missed tackle stuff, but you can coach that. Maybe we should send him to the same coach that's going to work on Quentin Johnston's chops. But yeah, so I'm all right with the Sidney Brown thing. I do like, I just have PFF's profile pulled up here.
Yeah.
And it just says, Sidney Brown, what can he improve? Tackling. This one's
Yeah.
obvious.
Yeah.
Really?
70 missed tackles. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the Tyler Steen pick though. I think that's a good pick for you guys.
Yeah.
You're one of those teams where it's like they picked an offensive lineman. It's gonna work out. Good for you.
Literally.
I'm jealous.
Jeff Stoutland could take that
Literally
kid
a
from
player
like
from Austria.
the kid from
Sure.
Northern Michigan that like is getting like 7th round buzz. They could take him in the top 50, and I'd be like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Because Jeff Stoutland is just that kind of dude.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
All right. So I'm gonna take a break for a second. Tyler and Alex will keep you guys covered. The Broncos just announced their pick, and they took Drew Sanders, the linebacker from Arkansas.
Okay. Interesting. And they did say linebacker, obviously. Yeah. All right. Not bad. They have a pretty decent front seven rotation. No Draymond Jones replacement yet, right? Or did they sign someone?
They signed the guy from Arizona. I forget his name right now. The white guy. Chandler? They signed him to a big deal. It was like a $17 million deal. Thanks, Elron. Appreciate it. All right, guys. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. Sounds good. Oh, why'd it come back up? There it is. Oh, I'm on the left side. That's so weird.
Have a good one, Steven.
Yeah, we'll just leave it until he comes back. I think that's funnier. We can time him now. So we're at 2 hours, 24 minutes, and 33 seconds. Let's see what he's got. Drew Sanders, that's a good pick for the Broncos. I assumed that there was a need there, but regardless, it's a good player in the third round. Who's on the? Are you watching live, or are you just kind of?
Right now I'm just whatever you guys tell me is the information I know. I have the PFF like best available pulled up.
Okay. So, let me get through Twitter. Oh, well, now I know who somebody took. I know who. Wait, how far is that? Did someone move up? There must have been a. Or no, someone traded back. I should probably look at an updated board. Oh, the Lions are trading up. Okay. Yeah, because I saw who they
gotta
picked.
be Hooker.
I saw who they picked.
Is it Hendon
So-
Hooker?
Do you want me to tell you if it's Hendon Hooker or not?
Yeah, tell me.
No, because the chat. I just realized the chat doesn't like when we spoil things, so I won't say anything.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I mean, it would make sense for them if they have Goff.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're like one of the only few teams that like I could see doing it, unless like the Saints wanted to do it for some weird reason.
Right.
But they're kind of locked into Carr for a while now. So yeah, not many spots left for him.
Do you have a board, not a board, like a draft, something that updates the picks as they're traded? Because I only have the old like thing to look
I
at.
have the PF. I'm just using the PFF one, the live draft tracker.
Okay. Yeah, the athletic one is pretty far behind. Or let me see. Cyrus Torrance. Yeah, no, they're pretty behind.
But yeah, I don't know. I just can't. I can't get behind Hendon Hooker, man. Like he's coming off of an ACL, gonna be 27 by the time he's starting. Like I don't see the value personally.
Yeah, I never watched him specifically, but I watched two players, right? And there was so much of Cedric Tillman. Like, okay, Jalen Hyatt, sure, he's wide open, so you could throw it to him, but on some of the more shorter or intermediate stuff, you had to watch Cedric Tillman, and he consistently bailed him out, like consistently throwing super high on comeback routes, like a foot over Cedric Tillman, who's 6'3", 6'4", whatever he is. And you're waiting for that to develop till he's 27.
Yeah,
I don't know
that, and he's just such a pocket robot too. Like, that's just something that like I've noticed watching him. So in an era where like teams are trying to get like more guys who are creative in the pocket, I don't know. Not to mention like the Mickey Mouse Tennessee offense thing.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Only dropping back on 14.6% of his passes or whatever the number was.
Dang.
So yeah, I don't know if that's like an easy transition. I guess we can. Well, the one quarterback spot that I'm thinking of is maybe Vikings trading for Trey Lance or something like that.
Yeah, at this point, I think that's what you. I mean, I guess everyone in the NFL knows more about Trey Lance than we do, obviously, but I just don't see why that's
breakout season.
Jeez. Yeah. You know, maybe what's his name? Maybe Chris Sims will finally be right, and Mond is the best quarterback from that class or whatever he did. Was it Wilson?
Yeah. I think
Lawrence
it was Wilson,
Mond or something.
And then Lawrence, and then like Mond was his third or fourth over Fields and everyone. I was like, oh.
Yeah. From Richard, are we praying for Washington or Kraft at 85? I mean,
Raft.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah,
we don't know about this knee injury, but I mean, if this many people are passing on him, it's
like
a disaster.
If he's dropped to this point, like it's got to be kind of bad. Not to mention, like specifically what his game is, like he's a 6'7", 280-pound guy with a knee injury. So it's like if your knees are not doing too good now, that doesn't necessarily suggest having the longest career.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I mean, I kind of tweeted it out when the Chargers were bringing at 54. Like, I thought people might have been mad if they took Tucker Kraft there and then took him over Darnell Washington, just because, like, Tucker Kraft is just what the Chargers have liked at tight end, I feel like, for a while. He's literally kind of just Hunter Henry.
But with some more athleticism, I think.
Yeah. 7 years or so later in the draft. So, like, I kind of think that he's sort of built for the Chargers if they really want to go tight end there.
Yeah, I'd be perfectly fine with Tucker Kraft there. That sounds awesome to me.
Some pick updates. Yeah, Lions took Hendon Hooker. Houston Tank Dell.
Really?
Yeah, they keep him in Houston, I guess. Who are their receivers again? My NFC North tickets. Jesus.
Sorry, Arjun. I guess it's not working out. So I guess it depends on your version of what you think of receivers. But Nico Collins, John Mechie,
right.
obviously. Yeah, it seems like he is at least. Tank Dell. And why am I forgetting? Oh, Robert Woods.
I mean, I still like the trade up for Will Anderson, but like every time I did the PFF mock draft and had them as the Njigba team, like it just made sense to me. And if they had CJ Stroud and Njigba, like that would have been really fun. I get why they took Will Anderson though, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, Anderson has to live up to a lot because he was not just a first-round pick. He was the first-round pick they traded up for, which means they gave up the other first and the second or third or whatever it was.
Someone, wait, I want to look up how old Jared Goff is.
What draft was that? 14? No.
16. That was
16?
the Wentz draft.
Yeah. So, is he even 30?
Jared Goff will turn 29 this year. Hendon Hooker will turn 26.
Well, you got to get younger, right?
You got to get younger.
When you can do it, you got to do it.
26-year-old Hendon Hooker. Well, that's why I always found like the Viking stuff when people were talking about Hooker for them. It's just like going from 35-year-old Cousins to 34-year-old Hendon Hooker.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Wow. Achilles Smith asking what's going on with Downs and Hyatt. Downs is a player that I think, I'm not saying he's like Kyle Phillips, but he reminded me of Kyle Phillips where like this dude can run routes and this guy's really good. And this guy, like, wow, on film, he looks so good. But you're wondering about the NFL projection, and he's a slot specific receiver who's very talented, who probably was, is fine to go in the second round, but didn't test very well, not very big, and a slot specific receiver. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Who did the Saints take? Who did the Saints take? Who did it?
I don't have the refresher on that one.
Oh no. What did you do, Saints?
Oh, fuck. God damn it.
What is it? Tucker Kraft or something?
Raiders took Byron Young. TCU took Kendre Miller.
Who took Kendre Miller?
Saints took Kendre Miller.
Oh, well, that's all right.
I wanted him on the Chargers. I wanted Kendre Miller on the Chargers.
Me too. I didn't think third round would have been that, but I
would have taken. I would have taken him in the third. He's so good.
He's so good, and the numbers are really good there. You take a guy who's 95th percentile and explosive run rate, and pair them with a guy who's number one in the class in yards after the catch.
90% missed tackle rate too.
Yeah, I mean that's good, but okay.
Yeah, I mean you could still get value at running back here if you want to take Roshan or something.
Yeah,
later on, or I guess even in the third round here. But yeah, Kendre, like all the analytics bear it out, and that's why throughout the whole process, I'm like, why is he like 140th on PFF's big board?
That didn't make any sense to me.
And then he just kind of went up. But
and he's a pretty clean player overall, I believe. It's not like Ibrahim where it's like, well,
yeah, Abanikanda it is.
That wouldn't surprise me. So okay, let's do this, chat. Let's do this together. So the difference between the Chargers' first round pick and their consensus board has been 0.25 spots on average since 2016. In the second round, it's been 1.8 spots. In the third round since 2016, the average difference between their pick and the consensus board has been 97. So, chat and Alex, who is that player going to be this year? What player significantly further down the line are they going to take in the third round?
Some dude from University of Alaska Anchorage or like whatever. I don't know.
Juneau Community College or something.
Juneau Community College. No, I didn't go to JUCO. I went to Juneau.
Yeah. What island are you on, Alex? Do you have a college?
Antigua.
Do they have any football there?
No. Oh God.
They're just gonna draft Alex.
We don't have like any sports teams. We just have like recreational stuff. But yeah, there's not many D3 sports here even.
Man.
Guy that they could take 90 picks difference from where they are on the big board. This is really depressing to think about.
Okay, compared to the board, Durham or Mallory, but I actually wouldn't mind either
Yeah.
of those in the third round. Like I would.
Yeah.
That's not. I never understood why Durham was that far down.
Maybe like a Parker. No, they're just a wide receiver. Fuck.
All right, University of College State. Which player is that going to be?
University of College State.
You
I'm just
guys are
looking
killing
through
me.
the PFF big board to see who it could be. Yeah, I said a
Oh,
band.
DeJuan Jones is falling. That's right. He hasn't been taken yet. Hey
Like,
man, if he's a
like-
swing tackle for you, you're doing pretty good.
Mm.
That's a lot in the third round, but it's worth it.
What about like a Andrew Voorhees?
Oh, geez, like the Max Turk
yeah,
sort of
like I
thing.
know, but that
Mhm.
if the medicals did clear, like I could kind of see that one.
Yeah. All right, Steven, I don't have the stuff going live, so do you want to?
Oh, you guys haven't been even looking over the picks?
We've been
We
saying
have.
the picks as they've come in.
Oh, okay.
delayed. Arizona
Gotcha.
takes Garrett Williams. I really like him a lot, so that kind of sucks, but he's out for the year with the ACL. So
Oh, okay.
I don't think he's out for the year. I think he's just like delayed.
Just most of the year.
yeah, I think he tore it in like November though. If I did, so like, I guess he could be back faster, but usually that's kind of a year away from being a year away in terms of like peak athleticism stuff. But
The Saints took Kendrick Miller.
Yeah.
yeah,
Is that where you're at?
I hated that pick.
I just saw it on Twitter.
Steven, what do you think about DeJuan Jones as a backup tackle?
I would in the third round, like I get it. Like I think that value is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not my kind of offensive tackle. I don't think there's a whole lot of guys his size that really pan out in the NFL. In the third round, like I get it. Like this guy was getting like late first round hype at this point, so like maybe you just take a shot on the value. Maybe he's another guy with some medical history that we don't know about.
Man, what did whose cereal did Jalen Hyatt pee in? Like I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Gavino back in the chat briefly says he's hopping in here to say Thule is a great pick. Back at writing. Appreciate it, Thule. Or Gavino, sorry. And we got super chat from Joseph Levine in here. Washington is a Telesco pick here. He likes players who fall due to injury. Who else besides
the third round is kind of okay. Technically, if you want to be Keenan Allen, if you want to talk about players who fell due to a knee injury, but though Keenan like could not test fully at the combine. Again, Washington tore up the combine. I have like it's a knee injury, sure, but what happened?
Yeah.
All you had to do was stay at home. Did you pull what's his name? D'Angelo Hall tearing his knee, getting pizza?
Giants just traded up here.
Oh, they're gonna do something I like.
They traded with the Rams.
Steven, did you see the Lions take Hooker?
I did, yeah. That's a good spot for them. I think a lot of people had him going to them in like the first round. So I think that's great, man. You get maybe a long-term option there with obviously Jared Goff. So we'll see what they end up deciding to do.
Yeah,
I still would have really liked to see them get Anthony Richardson. I know he was at 4, but that would have been a lot of fun. So they're just about to announce the Cardinals pick. So we're quite a few. I guess we're only one pick behind on ESPN. They just had the departures, and I completely forget that Robbie Anderson changed his name to Chosen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys were talking about an offensive lineman earlier. Is that what I was? That's what I was gathering.
No, someone asked, so I brought it up. But we were actually talking about who's going to be the player that shouldn't be there for the Chargers. Well, sorry, who's Telesco going to take that's 90 spots early this year? And so, some good options.
Maybe he'll do a value pick at 30 or in the third round for once.
Hey, do you know how old Jared Goff is, Steven?
Oh yeah.
Steven
Take a guess and see how many years older do you think Jared Goff is than Hendon Hooker?
Let's see. Jared Goff was in college when I was in college.
Oh, it's too easy now.
I think he's been in the NFL for 7 years, 6 years.
Yeah, this will be his
8th year. Okay.
He was in the
I know Hendon Hooker's
Hooker's
going to be 25 or is 25. So is Jared Goff 27?
Goff turns 29. Hendon Hooker will turn 26.
Oh my gosh. Jay in the chat says Marte Mapu absolutely the pick here. That would unfortunately check out.
Puka Nakua, just to send Steven in a spiral.
Hey, you know what? They already took a receiver, so I'm good. Puka was a good player at Washington. I will say that.
Blake Freeland.
You know what would be a disgusting pick? Kenny McIntosh.
You know, Alex, that's not a bad one. I'll get you that jersey if it's him.
Oh, Jesus.
All right, so this is where the Giants are up, and then it's the Browns, and then we're like 10 picks away from the Chargers again. Is that right?
Oh, the Giants really did. Don't spoil it in the chat, everyone.
We're going to have my guy, Rob Lauder, coming in from the San Francisco 49ers Blue Wire podcast in a second here. So we'll get some of his thoughts. Niners are not picking until they have like 3 comp picks in a row. It's like 99, 100, and 101.
Really?
That's
Okay.
like it. Because they traded for Trey Lance and then Christian McCaffrey. And those are the were the picks.
Okay, Tyjae Spears or Darnell Washington here for the Chargers.
Oh, here's the Giants. Sorry.
The Los Angeles Rams have traded the 73rd pick to the New York Football Giants. With the 73rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jalen Hyatt.
Fuck.
Mm.
Damn it.
Tennessee.
John Michael Schmitz, Jalen Hyatt. Who was their other pick in the first round?
Oh, Deontay Banks.
It's a good group. It's a good trio.
It'll be really fun when Jalen Hyatt is traded to the Chiefs in 2 years.
No, the Giants have a good front office now.
Yeah, the one that gave Daniel Jones $160 million.
Achilles Smith, Darnell Washington is an injury we don't know about. Kincaid, he was cleared heading into this.
Yeah. Dalton Kincaid had like a back fracture. It was a minor back fracture. Like this kind of knee injury that you're seeing this fall is like degenerative knee issues. Like this is not like
arthritis or something.
Yeah, this is not like, oh, he tore his ACL. Like this is bad. And maybe he falls to the Chargers on day 3. You don't know. But a minor back fracture is like nothing. Like
what happened, Alex? What happened?
Oh, I saw the pick, and Tyler is not going to be thrilled.
Oh, the Browns?
Me specifically?
Yeah, kind of you specifically.
Oh no, not our guy, our running back. Is that it?
Not confirming or denying.
Oh man, that's
me specifically.
Yeah,
the Browns. Who do I like? They need a DB. Me like.
I was
not
thinking...
someone that you would want on the Chargers, given how the draft has occurred, but someone that you really like.
Is it Cedric Tillman? No, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Never mind. Don't say it.
Jalen Hyatt finds a way to make.
They're having this lady talk, but it says selection, so I guess we're finding out while they're talking who this is. Oh, Tyler. They took Cedric.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Great.
All right, Alex, we're going to have our next guest on here next. So appreciate your time and for covering for me. I was not doing what everybody was saying I was doing in the chat. Just to take a break.
Number one, not number two.
All right, Alex, we'll catch up soon, bud.
See you guys. Bye.
All right. So Browns go Cedric Tillman. We're going to get our guy in here next. Good friend of the show, fellow Central Valley resident, Mr. Rob Loader. Rob, what's up, man? How you doing tonight?
I'm good, man. Can you guys hear me? Everything working?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
I'm good, man. It's Friday night. The draft is on. Like, how could I would be really tough to not be good at this point. Like, Chargers are doing okay. What do you guys think about Quentin?
We were a little salty on it at first. I'm not going to lie. We wanted one of the pass rushers, but we've come around to it, and I think just like schematically fits, that stylistically fits what they need. So Chargers need to add some more versatility, more explosiveness, and I think they get that with Quentin Johnston. So, there's an instant reaction video on YouTube you can watch where it's like kind of a shock and awe moment for us. But I think we came around to it eventually last night, and today we've kind of been digging into it a little bit more, and so we're fans of the pick now.
Hey, man, you gotta cope. You gotta find ways to cope.
Oh, absolutely. Name a player.
Right.
We'll figure it out. He'll be a fit. Don't worry.
Well, at least you're not waiting until pick 99 for something.
Yeah, that's very true. So Rob does great work covering the San Francisco 49ers for our fellow Blue Wire family over there. So if you know a Niners fan in your life, make sure to refer them to Rob's podcast. And like I said, fellow Central Valley native. So Rob, we're supposed to get some more rain tomorrow. We got 98 degrees today. Like, what's up, dude?
I know, man. This place is so weird. Yeah, it's 95 degrees right now, and then there's rain on the forecast. I don't know. It's been a weird year. I mean, usually during baseball season, I just got done coaching it, and it's usually, it's pretty hot. It's usually in the beginning of the season might be a little chilly, but then by the end of the season, you're burning up, and it basically rained through the whole season. Half our season was canceled. So yeah, Fresno's weird, man. I don't understand it. And I've been here all my life. I still don't know.
There you go. So we'll get some of your thoughts on some of these picks and stuff like that. But I'm curious to get your thoughts first and foremost. There was a decent amount of Trey Lance trade talk. Obviously, Brock Purdy and his elbow injury, up in the air right now. So what are your thoughts with the Niners quarterback situation right now?
I mean, it's tough, dude. I don't see the 49. My point on my most recent podcast is the pick they're going to get for Trey Lance, which probably wouldn't be that high. I would think at the absolute most, like a late second rounder, early third rounder, maybe fourth rounder. Like I don't even know for sure where his value lies, but that to me does not seem more valuable than. I mean, they went through 4 quarterbacks last season and it wasn't enough. Like, why would you ship off a quarterback that still has a ton of untapped potential? The dude hasn't had a chance to do anything, like the way that people talk about Trey Lance is like as if he's somehow failed when he hasn't done anything yet, like there was one of the anonymous 49ers executive, and obviously anybody could say this, said that they expected in what Trey Lance season to look like. What we ended up seeing from Brock Purdy, they said that they felt like by the end of the season, Trey Lance would have done some of the same stuff, like with a full season of experience, just playing the game. And obviously breaking your ankle at the start of the second game of the season just changes things. So to me, I've always told people like it would 100% behoove the 49ers if Trey Lance plays well, has a good offseason, and even if he's the backup and they still like Brock Purdy to better, there's still nothing to lose from having a great second or third quarterback wherever he is. Doesn't matter. I just don't see the pick they would get back for him being more valuable than the fact that they could very well need him to like win games and like imagine what the 49ers season would have looked like if they just didn't happen to stumble on Brock Purdy, It could be the same thing in reverse.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting. Brock Purdy, I forget which podcast he was on recently, but I think it might have been Chris Long's podcast, or maybe it was Pat McAfee.
Yeah, it was.
Like that.
It was. Yeah.
And they Chris Long asked him like, hey, like who was the guy that you really leaned on through everything? And he said Trey, like very candidly, it was like Trey was great for me. We worked out together, we watched film together, like we had a lot of great conversations together. So, it's not like there's like some dramatic situation here, at least not yet. I mean, none of these guys are up for contracts or anything like that. So,
I mean, even Trey Lance himself, I think he was on the Rich Eisen show, was like, I saw what you guys all saw. Like Brock Purdy played outstanding. Why would he not be the guy right now? That wouldn't make any sense. If I was in his shoes, I would expect to, have a little bit of a hat tip for just how well he came in and played. So people are trying to make it out like it's I understand it. You never want to miss on a pick that you traded that much for. That's obviously never ideal. But people are trying to make it out like it's some type of contentious or volatile situation. And it really isn't. Everything's cool. If he stays, then you've got another quarterback that could possibly still, I mean, the reality is still there that Trey Lance just comes in and lights up the offseason, and then they have something really to think about. So I just don't see a pick, and the draft picks to me are a little overvalued anyways in terms of what they give you, especially since they're all crapshoots. So why not just stick with a quarterback that you believed in the first place?
Yeah, very true. Very true. So Falcons at 75 just took Zach Harrison, defensive end from Ohio State.
Cool.
That is definitely a Falcons type. I mean, th're going to have Calais Campbell at defensive end this year. So,
you got to get some guys. Yeah, you got to get some. I mean, I don't know what his movement like is, but what does Calais Campbell have left in him at this point? That dude's a freak to begin with, though. So I don't want to act like he can't play. That would be stupid.
Oh my gosh, the Patriots just took Marte Mapu, linebacker, the Sacramento State kid.
That was a popular choice for the 49ers, but I think a lot of people expected him to go. That's the typical Patriots pick, isn't it? Like taking somebody at least around early, but they don't care.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, Rob, what were some of your big surprises or takeaways from last night? Obviously, we had a bit of a hectic first round. What are you thinking from last night?
I thought what the Texans did was pretty badass. Like they still took a quarterback, which whether or not they were always in on that, draft is lying season. Everybody seemed totally convinced they weren't going to take a quarterback. Yeah. And then they just traded up to get the next best player and, the best defensive player. That was just cool to watch. I think I tweeted something about the fact that they must have watched like draft day a couple days prior because it just seemed like you're like, dang, okay, back to back. I mean, when's the last time we saw someone have the second and third overall pick consecutively? That doesn't happen often, right?
No. I mean, even a team having 2 top 5 picks.
Right. I thought that was cool. Seattle taking one of the draft's best receivers doesn't help the Niners at all. But especially when they're still trying to figure out who their nickelback is. But, that's probably more of a getting out of ahead of it type pick. When you think of Tyler Lockett may not be, just think of kind of how his last couple of years have been. Maybe he's somebody that they don't see signing another contract. I don't know, but that was definitely interesting. The Eagles, I mean, did they have the best first round out of anybody?
I think so. I think so. Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, man, that's pretty freaking badass.
Right. And nobody needed them to get any better. So I'm sure everybody's just hoping they don't work out because they literally took their 2 biggest needs and were like, blink.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so what was your guys's, I mean, not that you got, I guess am I allowed to ask questions?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
So what were your guys' biggest qualms with the Quentin Johnston pick? Because obviously he's talented. Mm-hmm. Are his hands a little bit in question? Is that a thing?
That is the biggest question. It is the hands because everything he does after the catch is fantastic. Our guy Arjun who works with Pro Football Focus, like I showed, like this is the best after catch receiver in the class on a per play basis. It's just the contested catch stuff, which isn't as much of an issue as just the drops. And you're hoping it's a concentration thing or it's one thing, but it's just kind of the way he tries to catch things. It's the lack of alpha, I guess. Sometimes if you're trying to find your next X receiver, and it's not really who he is, but still you'd like to see someone in the first round have a bit more go up and get it to him. And there are moments of that for sure, but when you're that tall, you'd hope for a bit more there. So he's got the highest upside of almost anyone in this class in terms of wide receiver, arguably the most upside. There's a lot of hesitation about is he going to hit or not? But I think the three of us, or at least Steven and I, are more positive than I think the consensus for Chargers fans, because there is a need that was addressed there. Like they took the player who was the best at the thing the Chargers were not good at last year and added him to the roster. So that's really positive for the Chargers. It's just like, can he hit? Can he develop? And really what it came down to, I think why Steven and I are maybe not as thrilled about it, is just we wanted to go edge rusher when Nolan Smith and Miles Murphy were both sitting there. Two guys with felt like bona fide first round, top 15 players. And then with Quentin Johnston, but not too far off. Like we both like the pick. We just aren't like jumping up and down in love with the pick.
It's really hard to, I would say, if there's one thing you just don't want to talk about at all from a first round receiver is their hands. Like you don't even want that to be a topic. You just want them to, considering it's their job, you just want that to be like a foregone conclusion. But he can fix it, man. It's worked. I mean, think about like Devontae Adams, who was outstanding at Fresno State, and then he got into the pros, and I think it was his second year. He just started dropping everything. And I played receiver / tight end. Sometimes it's like a golf swing. Sometimes you just get the wiggles and your hands feel weird. And every time the ball hits them, you don't understand why it feels bad. So I'm not going to say it's something that can't be improved. It's just, I feel you in the fact that it's just, you wish it just wasn't something you were talking about with the guy you just took in the first round.
Yeah, absolutely. So while we were talking, the Packers took Tucker Kraft.
Yeah, see, the 49ers were probably hoping to get another tight end, but they're all gone.
Yeah, I mean, the Chargers need a tight end, and they're all gone.
Yeah.
Chargers coming up here in a few picks. So,
Darnell Washington is still there. I know that. I mean, it's as far as best available goes, he's like way up there.
Yeah.
If not, it's just. I didn't.
It's the knee
being the
issues,
49ers, right? Yeah. See, when a player drops that far, it's almost always medical. You're just like the teams have heard about something that we haven't, and that's that.
So the Packers took Musgrave too, so they go Musgrave and Kraft.
Yeah, and Kraft's going to get a perfect cheese deal. The Packers.
Nice. All right, Rob, we're about.
Am my time up?
No. I was just gonna say we're about 20 picks away from the Niners' first pick. So you mentioned tight end. Maybe what's kind of your best case scenario here as we're getting closer to you?
There's not really a whole lot of ways the 49ers could screw this up. I mean, they've kind of got little tiny chinks in the armor here and there. They could go defensive end, more of an edge rusher to go opposite Nick Bosa. They lost a couple of those. They could go corner, whether it's outside or somebody that could play nickel. They lost their third linebacker, Azeez Al-Shaair, who was probably a little underrated in terms of what he did. So they could go linebacker. I mean, they could even go kicker. Unfortunately, they don't have a kicker. Right. So, I mean, obviously that would come with a whole new set of drama, but there's not really, I mean, obviously they lost Mike McGlinchey, so they could go offensive tackle. But one of the points I've made on the pod is like, if you're drafting a tackle at 99, is it really somebody you expect to come in and be the guy? Like it's at that position where there's so much premium value to it. It's tough to say the guy you draft at 99 is going to instantly come in and be the starter, but there's quite a few positions that they could address that would be, appropriate, I guess. Even receiver, with all the weird Brandon Ayuk talk going on, it wouldn't surprise me if they went that either. But it was tough. It was so hard to get into like players when your first pick isn't until 99. Like I don't know who's going to be there. But whatever. Christian McCaffrey's cool.
Hey, he's all right.
Cool. Yeah,
he's all right. All right. Where are you guys? Okay, so you're about 6 picks out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, we're pick 80 right now. The Panthers just traded up for somebody.
What do you guys want? You got wide receiver. At least they did draft an edge rusher in the second round. It probably wasn't the one you wanted, but they've got one.
Yeah.
What are you guys thinking?
We were hoping for tight end, but they're basically all gone at this point. So keep adding to the defense, I suppose. Maybe running back, although with Miller gone, I don't know. This tends to be the round where our general manager loves to reach for somebody typically with a ton of upside, and sometimes it works and sometimes it it's either or with these picks.
Right.
It's a complete hit with Keenan Allen, or it's a complete whiff. So I don't know, but Darnell Washington keeps falling. I think Adetomiwa Adebawore is still on the board, which I do not understand.
Yeah, that one doesn't make any sense to me.
Was Darius Rush taken yet, Steven?
I have not seen his name go on the screen, no.
Yeah, I like some of these defensive backs here. Whereas Rush, Antonio Johnson. I mean, Ringo has still not been taken.
Yeah.
Jair Brown.
What's your guys' outlook on is this kind of what's Keenan Allen's status in terms of the relationship with Quentin Johnston? Is this like how much longer is Keenan Allen expected to be on the roster, I guess?
Yeah, we on our show, we kind of believe that Keenan is the one that's going to be sticking around. I think that Quentin's more of your Mike Williams replacement.
Okay.
Justin Herbert and Keenan Allen are like best buds, right? Like the vibe is just kind of different with Justin when Keenan is there. There's just like more confidence with everything, and that can obviously change, right? I mean, Justin's kind of becoming a veteran at this point in his career, but I think right now, like there's just a different level of trust with Keenan than anybody else on this team. So I would expect Quentin to be more of your Mike Williams replacement than
okay.
Keenan.
Interesting.
The money situation is about the same in terms of like cutting or trading one of them next year. So there's not like a clear like this guy's easier or harder to get out of the contract. Whereas with like Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa, it's like way easier to get off of Khalil Mack's contract next year.
Right. As it should be, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Rob. Well, appreciate your time tonight, man. We'll have to catch up in person one of these days, but appreciate your time, and hopefully the Niners get the picks that you want later on.
Right. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, hey, I'm open to anything, so I suppose I've left myself not a lot of room to be disappointed. But again, if you see kicker, just know I'll be laughing a little bit.
We'll think of you.
Yeah. Right.
Again, Chargers fans listening, if you know a Niners fan in the area, you got a family friend or whatever that's a Niners fan, send them Rob's way. Appreciate him. Rob, you have a good rest of your night, man. We'll talk soon.
All right, boys. You too.
All righty, Tyler. So we talked a little bit there about maybe some corners. I will say Trenton Simpson's still on the board here.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Henley on the board. You think this might be a linebacker spot for the Chargers?
I think it could be. If we want to slightly look towards reach is a mean thing to say, but like, Derek Ansley's guy at 2 schools is still there, Henry To'o. So if they want to go that route, they could. If they want to go with Noah Sewell, they could. So I don't think it's a bad spot for linebacker, honestly. Yeah. If they don't take a linebacker here, Kenneth Murray's your starter. I think you would have honestly had to take one in the second round for that to happen, but I could see someone in the third round.
Yeah.
Especially as would this linebacker be linebacker 3 taken in this draft?
Yeah. It's only been
Campbell and Sanders, right?
Campbell and Sanders just barely went.
Yeah. So I think it's possible. And I think that's a solid, I had 1 second round grade on a linebacker, and that was Campbell, but a lot of third round grades on guys. So I would understand the pick here.
Yeah. And at this point in time, it's fine value. I mean, you're talking about third round.
Yeah,
Trenton Simpson was getting like top 40 hype, and with the way that this linebacker class is shaking out, I would not hate that at all. Trenton Simpson taking a shot at his athleticism in the third round would be totally more than okay with that right here.
Yeah, for as far as linebackers and not reaching, so Henley, if he hasn't gone yet, Simpson, To'o is kind of a depends for me. Sewell, I think those 4 would be fine here in terms of linebacker. There's that cluster of Overshown, Pace, Williams, Dennis. Those guys I don't love as much here. I think those are more day 3 guys. Love what it looks like on highlights, love what it looks like on the stat sheet, but the processing isn't quite there like those other guys. So we took Zach Kuntz in our show, but there was a lot of reservation about that one, not because of the talent or the player, the prospect. It was just the position fit where he was not an official inline tight end that I think they would be looking for. It feels a bit more redundant. Now we waited till the 5th round or 4th round to take him. I think it was the 5th round.
It was round 5.
Yeah. So at that point, who cares? Like, that's an awesome pick. Well, I mean, we picked it, so sure, I would say that. But
Yeah.
I don't know if they would do that here. But you're running out of tight ends. So
Yeah.
I think people would see Zach Kuntz on the board and find the Chargers take Payne Durham or, the Alabama tight end or Allen from Clemson.
Yeah. So the Panthers traded up for DJ Johnson, the edge rusher from Oregon, just now. They're currently showing a Tyjae Spears highlight. I have not seen him be named as the selection, but
probably just
Titans are on the clock right now, technically.
Okay. I don't think that I think the Chargers would want to wait one more round, but I also could see them taking Tomlinson here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Todd Lesko likes to double dip at positions too, so or not positions, colleges.
Yeah, it does. My connection on my iPad's kind of wigging out, so we might miss a couple picks. Hopefully, it doesn't miss the Chargers pick. But
all right, well, I'm currently watching the Titans pick. Can you hear it on my end?
For the 81st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Tyjae Spears, running back from Tulane. Tighten up, everybody!
All right, so even Spears with his knee issues were a priority over Darnell Washington and his. Like, that's where we're at, man. Like, what is this? That wipes out, I think, running back for me for the Chargers here. Let me look at my guys. So Charbonnet's gone. Spears is obviously gone. Going to the Titans. That's cool. I can root for that. Spears to the Titans probably look decent. Roshan Johnson. Actually, well, okay. Roshan Johnson, Devin Achane, Kendrick Miller is gone.
I mean, Devin Achane or Achane, or however you say it. I mean, he's a great kick returner. Like, I wouldn't hate that at. Oh, here's the Buccaneers pick.
How you doing? Fire those cannons. Fire those cannons. Okay. Okay. With the 87th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Yaya Diaby, linebacker, Louisville.
All right, so day 2, officially the defensive line day.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Diaby's gone. I don't see well. Okay. Do you think the Chargers could double dip at edge here, considering one is not quite a true? I guess I don't know who's left.
Double dip at edge?
Mm-hmm. I guess they considered Thule an edge, but
I mean, Isaiah McGuire still hasn't gone.
Oh, yeah, huh?
I actually had him one spot lower than Thule, but
because they could go like KJ Henry here if they want a bit of a reach, but a more
or Robert Beal.
It's like Dane Brugler's edge like 35. So
yeah, I know.
I really do not want that. Day 3, I'm all for it. I mean, I like to go for a player who maybe can, churn out some more.
Seahawks just traded a pick to the Broncos. Wow, Broncos very active.
Okay, so someone brought up Vincent Jackson as a body catcher like Quentin Johnston. I'm actually going to look up what Vincent Jackson's drop rate was. I'm curious. Although we won't be able to know if it's a body catch thing or not. Vincent Jackson.
Vincent Jackson, they're saying he was a body catcher?
I guess. Does it not go back? I don't think it goes back that far. Yeah, it doesn't go back that far. Never mind. So for you, where are we at with the pick in terms of like actually where it is? What number?
The Broncos at 83.
Okay, cool.
The Broncos just traded up.
What do they need?
I mean, they took a receiver. I feel like they probably need another corner opposite of Pat. What are they showing right now on your TV?
Commercial.
Okay, same.
So I have no idea.
All right, so I think with me, this is pretty clearly like cornerback time. Like I think Darius Rush, Keely Ringo still being on this board. You could go with Caillou Blue Kelly. That's a bit of a reach, so maybe that's kind of the stereotypical third round pick, maybe. I mean, Trey Tomlinson and Clark Phillips, but those are smaller guys, and I think the Chargers need more size. I can't believe Rush and Ringo have fallen this far, man.
Yeah, I don't know why Rush would have fallen. Ringo. I mean, I have a third round grade on Ringo, so I guess I get it. But, So what?
Oh, Zach Allen. That was the player from the Cardinals that the Broncos got earlier that I was talking about.
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 83rd pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 83rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Riley Moss, defensive back, Iowa.
Yeah, I didn't end up watching any corners after we watched. I did our corners, so.
Okay. I mean, Riley Moss is an athletic freak, like very rare white cornerback, but there was apparently a lot of fans on him, around the league. He was good at the Senior Bowl. So, I don't know.
So no Adebawore yet still. I'm not going crazy.
Still no Adebawore, no Darius Rush.
Surprise. I mean, I guess Rush was the CB2, so it's like, I don't know. Maybe there's a knock on him there, but what do you think, G? What's going to be the pick? I mean, it'd be good luck. There we go. We're not gonna reach. It's gonna happen. Who's it gonna be? Who are we taking? Oh, they took Riley Moss. Oh, Chargers are on the clock?
All right.
Okay, so Miami's pick's in.
Yeah, Miami's pick was just announced. The Dolphins took Devin Achane, the running back from Texas A&M. Riley Moss also was announced as a safety, not as a corner.
Interesting. I know Merriweather's there. Mary something. They have a safety. Okay, cool. 85th pick is next.
All right, Chargers here on the clock officially. I will not be reading your comments at this time, but let us know who you guys think. Chat it up who you think this pick is going to be. If you've already seen it, don't be that guy.
Yeah, leave it out. Leave it out.
Like I said, for me, this is like Keely Ringo, Darius Rush. I would love that right here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm cool with one of the tight ends. Zach Kuntz at this point in time is probably like right where you have to take him.
Yeah.
All right, pick is in officially for the Chargers. They're still showing track highlights for A-Chain though.
So A-Chain, Waddle, Hill, nasty.
They're a literal track team. They
That's-
are a
that's-
literal track team.
3-4-2 players, disgusting.
Yeah, no kidding. Devon A-Chain though, 5'8.5", very small.
Yeah.
All right, so you think defense too, or again, or where's your?
I think it's
selection. They're going to announce it without announcing it. They're still talking about A-Chain, and I see the selection right across the thing. So I'm not going to show the actual announcement.
Okay. Are you gonna like do the whole announcement yourself?
Are you seeing still A-Chain stuff?
Mine it says the pick is in for the Chargers, and they're just talking with. Now they're going to commercial. Chargers selection.
Okay, I see it. Do you want me to announce it?
Well, I want to see it. Oh, fine, sure, do it.
All right, so Chargers at pick 85 select Dayan Henley, the linebacker from Washington State.
All right.
This is apparently we're in the bootleg football draft dream scenario because they love Philly too.
Yeah,
Dayan Henley. This is an interesting one. I mean, again, this is definitely a linebacker profile that Tom Telesco really loves. This is your Drew Tranquil replacement, in my opinion, in terms of a coverage linebacker. You know, this is a guy who was a former receiver, former safety, tons of athletic traits here. You know, so this is, I like this blend with the linebacker room with Eric Kendricks as your linebacker one. Kenneth Murray is more of your maybe pass rushing linebacker, downhill linebacker, and then Henley can come in and give you some pass rushing juice as well. So, you know, we just talked about linebacker being a potential need with Trenton Simpson on the board. Instead, they go with Dayan Henley. So this is a Senior Bowl standout as well. So certainly checked a lot of boxes for the Chargers.
Yeah, tons of boxes for the Chargers. I'm going to pull up the scouting report because it's been a while since we trugged through that linebacker episode. Henley was one of the guys that I really thought that there were some other guys who maybe had a bit more upside. And that's why they were higher. But truthfully, Henley was one of the guys that there's a whole back half of this linebacker group where they just could not diagnose. And I thought Henley was one of the better sorters and diagnosers of the group. And that's why I put him up so high. Linebacker 4 for me with a 3rd round grade. So I'm actually really pretty stoked about this one. Would I have preferred maybe a defensive player, like a defensive back here? Maybe. But I think it's a really good spot for him. And I think, you know, we talked about the linebacker potential overhaul that could happen. And so far we're seeing it. So I really like this for him. I'm really curious what this means for, let's say, like a Kyle Van Noy. Now they've gone sort of edge, although not stand-up outside linebacker type. Now they do have a linebacker who can blitz and rush. So I like this one for the Chargers. I really do like this one. And I've watched him.
Hey, I said that they wouldn't reach in round 3. This is like perfect value for him.
Yeah, no, this is really, really good.
Look at Tom Telesco breaking barriers.
He did it. He did it.
He did it. He did.
So finally, someone asked me if Simpson or Henley ranked higher. I think I had Simpson ranked higher, given I think it came down to coverage for me. Let me go back in the notes. I certainly don't remember much about linebacker.
He's played like defense, you know, for longer. But I think Henley was right there next to him. So this is really kind of like pick your poison for me. This is kind of a toss up. So, you know, like I said, I like the player here. I would have loved one of the corners at this point in time. Like I said, I'm shocked that Ringo and Rush keep falling. But Dayan Henley, man, I think he's a really good player. He's not going to get to wear his college number, though, because Quentin Johnston just took it from him. He wore number 1, obviously. But somebody who gives you a lot of speed, a lot of coverage ability. So I'm a little tad concerned about like just the overall physicality, but you know, he's one of the few linebackers in this class that actually intrigued me outside of Jack Campbell. So this is kind of your sub package linebacker to me, and I'm cool with it. being able to play behind Eric Kendricks and Kenneth Murray right now.
Yeah. So here's what I have on Henley in terms of like just notes I wrote down. I have no idea what Washington State did with this guy, but he transferred after 4 seasons at Nevada. Had a career year, 40 run stops, 18 pressures, 5 sacks, 3 forced fumbles, and a pick, which sounds like a lot like a bunch of guys who racked up the stats, but they weren't able to diagnose. I think Henley does read an offense fairly well as a former wide receiver, and as a guy who's asked to attack and rush so much. That sets him apart from the other guys in the group. He plays aggressive. He blitzes with strength and speed. You can rush him from all over. I would love to see him going from a bat out of hell to try to rope in and finish plays that he's set up, but he blows past the line of scrimmage, rushes really fast past the guards at times, just a bit too far upfield, but there's a ton of true potential here. So LB4 for me, Campbell was 1, then Sanders, then Simpson, then Henley. And then the difference between Simpson and Henley for me was more just you knew a lot more about Simpson, and I think Simpson was better overall in coverage. But for a guy who really hadn't had much of a career so far and had to switch from wide receiver, you're feeling pretty good about him so far. So I really like this pick for the Chargers.
Yeah. For what it's worth, the Ravens just took Trenton Simpson pick after us. So
of course they take a linebacker if we take a linebacker. That's
this is officially the linebacker time, I guess. So I agree with a lot of what you said. I think like right away, there's some things that Henley is going to have to work on. Particularly just like his ability to diagnose and react in terms of his rushing lanes. I mean, when you're playing linebacker in the Pac-12, you're not doing a whole lot of like true run defense stuff. So I think if you go and watch his, I think the perfect encapsulation of his tape is actually against Utah, because I think if you watch him against Utah, he's going to struggle at times with his ability to shed blocks and be physical at the point of attack. But then there were some reps against Dalton Kincaid where he was right on him, made a great play on the football, had some pass breakups. So, again, this is a type for Tom Telesco that he has really coveted in his career, obviously with Kaiser, Drew Tranquil, all these guys. What was the one from Akron? Jatavis Brown, was that it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so same kind of style of linebacker. Again, this is somebody that you're going to be able to use in coverage instances, probably going to be a special teams guy for them as well. Like I said, this is your Drew Tranquil replacement. So I like the fit a lot for Henley. Mm-hmm. This is good value. Like this is everybody in the chat right now should be extremely happy that this was not like a 5th round reach that they took in the 3rd round. So good value for him, good fit. I would have loved one of the corners, but I'm cool with Henley for sure.
Yep. And just looking at the composite rankings, if you would love one thing on this roster, it's the missed tackle rate being low. And Deion Henley, out of the 15 linebackers that I ranked, was number 1 in missed tackle rate in a good way against the run. So this is a much surer tackler, an aggressive player, an exciting player. This is, Brandon Staley starting over with someone like Drew Tranquil and Kaiser White, and then getting them for 4 years. So I like this player. I really do. And it's beginning, to really phase out Kenneth Murray at this point. I think that much is clear. I think they could start with similar roles. And certainly Kenneth Murray has been in the building for 2 years with Brandon Staley. But,
Rob Lauder is going to be happy right now. The 49ers just took Jair Brown.
Nice.
That's a good pick for them. Good pick for them. So, yeah, like I think this is a really good spot for Henley. Like you said, I think he's maybe not your starter right now, but next year he's definitely going to be that guy. So, also, I think this is, I've kind of wondered about like what kind of influence Jeff Howard is going to have on the defense. And obviously his relationship with Eric Kendricks is probably a key thing in bringing Kendricks home. Back to the Chargers. But also, like, if you look at the linebackers the Browns have had recently, it is undersized kind of coverage speed guys. You look at JOK and you look at Anthony Walker and Sione Takitaki, who they've had. Like, that fits the Browns type too. So I think this is a good example too of Tom Telesco maybe kind of collaborating with his coaches and being able to, get them a style that they're very comfortable with.
Yeah. This is awesome. I really did. I like watching him quite a bit. Let me see if I can go back through later in my notes. Just
He
to find
was
the games.
after I watched Jack Campbell. Henley was like my favorite watch of the linebackers.
100%.
He wasn't. I graded Sanders and Simpson higher, but oh gosh, they're showing the Jair Brown sack of Cam Rising right now. How dare
now you've seen it.
Now I've seen it. But yeah, Henley was my favorite linebacker watch after Jack Campbell in this class, which is it's a low bar, but I like Henley a lot.
I have a rep here from Colorado just highlighted. Push pull versus center lined up in the A gap, sack forced fumble. So that's good. I have to remember that one, but yeah, it's been a minute. I certainly didn't recall many linebackers, but I'm excited for this one. Henley's a good one.
Yeah. The Jaguars just took Tank Bigsby, running back from Auburn.
Okay.
So, yeah, like you're pointing out, though, I think there are some good reps of Henley as a blitzer. So I don't think it's something that he's like going to excel at, but I think there's some upside there too. So again, no one should be upset about this pick because this could have been much worse.
No, it could have been significantly worse. And, for everyone that we're hoping that they would take, I certainly wonder why they're not being taken as well. So I'm not unhappy with this one at all. This one is my favorite pick so far, but I haven't watched Tuipulotu, so I don't know for sure. But I'm happy with this one. I can't believe I'm actually like happy with it. It fits the grade. It fits the round. It allows them to transition potentially away from someone like Kenneth Murray.
Yeah.
Still showing no faith in Nick Neiman, despite the fact that I think he should have more run, but not bad.
All right, so Rams picking here at 89. Their pick is in. Tank Bigsby was a running back I thought was severely underrated in this class.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch him.
That Auburn offensive line was atrocious.
That's fun.
Man, Adebawore is still on the board here.
Yeah.
I'm not like shocked in terms of like the film. Like I think third round film is pretty fair for Adebawore, but I mean, he's like literally like a 99th percentile athlete.
Yeah, that's a shocker to me.
DeJuan Jones also on the board too.
I would say that's a surprise. I think that's a surprise.
Both of those guys are getting first round hype.
Yeah, no, for sure. Dang, I need some more Washington State film. Oh no, I just downloaded the wrong thing. Wait, what did I do? No, that's right. Never mind. Ignore me. Cool. All right. Cool.
We got some really kind of stuff going on in the chat. Let's be nice and kind in the chat, you guys.
What did I miss? Oh, yeah. Well, there's that. Oh, well, maybe not that from Vince Mora. At this point, so the thing with tight end is I thought it would be earlier, but they have with Kellen Moore always found a way to develop these fourth, fifth round guys. I like Jake Ferguson a lot last year. Gets drafted on day 3, leads all rookies in yards per route run. On like 8 catches, but still.
Sorry to cut you off. You liked Will Mallory from Miami, didn't you?
Yes, he's not a blocker whatsoever, but he's like, in terms of, if you want speed, like a legit downfield receiving weapon, I'd say sort like literally too Luke Musgrave light in terms of weight, then yeah. I just don't see that being their fit. But if he waits long enough, or if you wait long enough, maybe. I just still think they're going to find that. I mean, again, Payne Durham is still there. Okay, now I need to request this film.
Yeah, need some more Washington State film and USC film. I want to watch some more of Thule.
Yeah, definitely. Do you have? Check your messages real quick.
Yeah,
Not
I
a
know.
spoiler.
Arjun messaged me.
Okay.
So we're going to have Arjun hop in here a little bit as we wrap up the draft. And then we're also going to have Alex Katzen come on in a little bit and talk to us about some day 3 picks. What's up,
All right,
Arjun?
Linebacker.
What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Sorry about like the lighting. Like I haven't like set up anything, but
You're good.
happy to be on.
How you doing, Arjun? You sound thrilled.
I mean, like I didn't have much expectations for the like 3rd round pick. I was just hoping it wasn't a reach. All the tight ends were taken, and I know Zach Kuntz kind of fits what the Chargers like athletic thresholds are for tight ends, but I thought his consensus big board rank is in like the 120, so I did think it was a little bit of a reach in the 3rd round. So yeah, I mean Henley kind of ranked in this area, so I don't mind it. He does really fit. Again, all of the picks have really fit what Telesco has looked for in his positions.
Yeah.
Henley, sub 4.640. That's what Kenneth Murray is like 4.59. Tranquil was like 4.57, and then Neiman was 4.59. Sub 1.6 10-yard dash, greater than 10 foot broad jump. So like they really go for athletes at the linebacker position. RAS over 8 or something like that. And so it just really fits what they're looking for. It kind of signals to me that this is Kenneth Murray, this is your last year in LA pick, and you're probably out of here. And it's 3rd round is not really a premium pick, but it's a top 100 pick. So, it does signal, I think, that kind of like long-term Murray replacement. And it does seem like Henley has some fans in the league. So I am curious to see what they do with him, if they use him as a blitzer, if they use him in that Tranquil blitzing role. But I don't hate the pick. Linebacker, obviously, with the top 100 pick isn't always great, but I think there was all the good options a lot of us wanted were kind of off the board. So that's kind of what I thought about that.
Yeah, this board kind of got away from the Chargers in this point in time. So I'm glad it didn't result in them reaching, too far down the board, like Arjun is saying. But the Cowboys at 90 just took DeMarvion Overshone. So this is kind of linebacker time. Kobe Turner, the defensive tackle from Wake Forest, just went the pick before. I forgot which team took him, though. Whoever was before the Cowboys. Is that the Vikings? I forget. We'll figure it out in a little bit. But Kobe Turner, DeMarvion Overshone off the board here. All right, Arjun, what are your thoughts on the Tuli Tuipulotu pick as well? I know, like I've said, I think he's more edge, but I think long term he might find his best fit as kind of a Morgan Fox replacement.
Yeah, good pass rusher, bad run defender. I think that's pretty much how I would define him. 31% missed tackle rate is pretty bad. That was the 6th worst among all edge rushers in the NCAA last year. So Chargers have had problems defending the run. They struggled a lot last year, specifically against rushes against the edge, so like outside the tackles. So if he is playing on the edge, in that Bosa, Khalil Mack backup role, like he's got to be able to make tackles. And we saw this kind of happen last year with JT, where like they bet on the athlete, they bet on the high motor, right? And the missed tackle rate continued from college to the pros. So this really, I don't know where he fits. He is a tweener. That's why I didn't love him. I understood like a lot of sacks in college. The production was there in terms of pass rushing, but the run defending was always an issue. So I'm curious to see where he ends up. His arms, 32.25 inches. That's a full inch shorter than what Telesco normally goes for with his true edge guys. The only edge that had shorter arms than Tuli is Kyle Emanuel. Every single edge Telesco's drafted has had longer arms than Tuli. So a little bit out of the blue there, but again, he's a tweener, so I don't even know if I should classify him as an edge or an interior defensive lineman. I'm going to go with edge for now, but yeah, kind of end thoughts were just good pass rusher. Production is there, needs to work on the run defense, needs to clean up some of the tackling issues, similar to what JT had last year. So hope they can fix that, but I do like them addressing the premium positions in the 2nd round.
Yeah, the arm length is right there with Morgan Fox's, though. So, potentially something to consider there. The Bills just took Dorian Williams, the linebacker from Tulane. So,
Run on linebackers.
Linebacker central right now.
Yeah.
Run on Tulane also.
Yeah.
I have to say the Tajay pick is such a tight ends pick because they always take a chance. They always take chances on these injured players like Caleb Farley.
Yeah.
They always trust their medical staff. So as much as I wanted Tajay to fall to like the Chargers, I'm not surprised that the tight ends kind of bet on their medicals again.
Yeah, that would have been fun at 85, but all right, so the Chiefs just traded up here to 92.
If it's Darnell, I swear.
Have you heard anything else on that, Arjun?
I haven't. I haven't even like tried like looking into it.
Yeah.
I mean, the Nakobe thing we only heard the day of day 2, I feel like, right? Like the morning of day 2, we heard about Nakobe's issues. We haven't heard anything about Darnell yet. But I mean, that would be such a good pick for the Chiefs if they traded up and took
Yeah, at this point, right?
So one day ago, Justin Mello tweeted out that oh wait, I think he sent me the wrong thing.
Okay.
Never mind.
Is the pick up for you guys yet with the Chiefs?
The pick is in, but they have not announced it yet. Okay, so Justin Mello sent me 2 different linebacker tweets, and one of them was both of them were a red team, and so I got confused. But the other one was about an Indiana linebacker. So I was confused. I was like, why is he sending
Verbigs? No,
that's Wisconsin. It was Cam Jones was his name.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't watched.
Oh wow, Dan Henley grew up in Crenshaw High School or Crenshaw area.
Of course, they got the homegrown kid. So.
I wonder if they had him out for the local pro day then.
Can you?
Yeah, you can have prospects who grow up in the area. Out
I didn't know that.
Pro days too. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Senior Bowl guy at least.
Yep. All right, here is the Chiefs pick at 92. Oh, they're gonna have a big announcement. Looks like.
To help make the Kansas City Chiefs selection, we are honored to have with us the family of fallen hero Master Sergeant Bernard Dagon of the Kansas Army National Guard. Master Sergeant Dagon was killed in action while on tour in Afghanistan on September 15, 2006. We salute him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. I'm now going to turn this over to Craig, who will announce the pick in honor of his dad. Craig? The Cincinnati Bengals have traded the 92nd pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 92nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Wanye Morris, tackle from Oklahoma.
Okay.
The Chiefs officially have a type at offensive line. Big, physical, not super athletic technicians. You know, it is what it is. Wanye Morris, I think, was a lot of fun. Similar, like, kind of discount version of Darnell, right? I would say.
Okay. I'll let you.
Did you see who the next pick was already?
Yeah.
So that's the Steelers. I have not seen it.
Are they going to crush it again?
I love it.
Oh. Is it one of the? Oh, they took Porter already, so it wouldn't be one of the corners. Oh, is this Darnell Washington?
Do you want me to I don't know what you want me to
No, people don't want to.
We'll see
Yeah,
what they
I'll
say.
let you guys.
They've been doing a lot of commercials in the third round, so I don't even know if they'll.
I'm surprised they haven't gone to commercial when the Chargers are on the clock. I'm happy. I've been happy about that.
Yeah. All right. So we're a few picks away from the end of this draft. Like I said, Alex Katzen is going to be joining us in a little bit here. He's kind of our day 3 expert, so Tyler and I are kind of running out of picks that we know a lot about. So,
oh no, see, I still have.
I think there's still like 30 players on my board left that could.
Okay, so Pickens is gone. I got to go through now. So Pickens is gone. Diaby is gone. Sidney Brown went. Yeah, the Eagles. As far as running back goes, I don't mind Zach Evans or Evan Hull later.
I like Zach Evans.
Mm-hmm.
Gives them some more athleticism there.
Yeah. So Dorian Williams did go. Ivan Pace has not gone yet.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys seen the Steelers pick yet?
No.
Has it been? I don't have my TV up.
It's on commercial still, so they're probably going to come back to it. The original one pointing out Trey Palmer
for the Chargers.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I mean, double dipping at receiver. He's their returner type, so I think they need a tight end like pretty desperately here. All right, so are they going to announce the pick here for the Steelers? No, back to talking about stuff. All right, so tight end wise, obviously Zach Kuntz is still on the board. I don't know if he'll make it that far. Tyler and I, on our Chargers debut episode, we talked about Payne Durham as a guy we both really liked. Doesn't necessarily fit a lot of the Chargers athletic boxes, but I think stylistically, I would really like that fit. And then Tyler did mention earlier Davis Allen, the tight end from Clemson. I think he's probably closer in terms of athletic profile for what the Chargers usually look for at tight end.
Let's see. Prototypes. Tight end. Do I have Davis Allen listed? Not really. I mean, Zach Kuntz is obviously the number 1 fit, but that's because that's for everyone.
Because he's literally the most athletic tight end ever.
Yeah. So at this point, I'll wait a minute, then comment.
About tight end, did you see okay, here's the Steelers pick.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Darnell Washington, tight end.
Omar Khan has murdered this draft. That guy has had a hell of a 2 days.
Dude, Darnell is massive, man. Also, I think, does he have 2 children?
Already? Maybe that's why he fell.
They just showed him at his house, and he was holding a child, and then there was a girl next to him with another child, like both under like 2.5, 3 years old.
That's the most production he had last year.
Oh shit. Oh, Alex Katzen, what's up, my guy? How are you?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good. So few picks away here from the official end of the draft. I'm pretty sure we're a big Dan Henley guy. What are your thoughts there about pick 85?
I love Deion Henley, man. You're right. You're absolutely correct. I was a huge Deion Henley guy. I'm stoked. I think it's really, really good. I think you were looking at essentially. I don't. I don't want to put those expectations on him like right away, but I think you're looking at a guy who could potentially be like a 1-to-1 replacement for Drew Tranquil. Like it's an elite coverage linebacker. He's developed a ton as a situational pass rusher over the last few years. He's going to contribute on special teams right away. Like I think that this is a starter, like in the third round. Like I think that this is someone who should be starting. Whether or not he's going to start over Kenneth Murray is another question. But if for some reason the Chargers are running 3 linebacker sets, then like I think Henley should be on the field. And if he's not going to be on the field right away, he's at least going to contribute on special teams. He's going to do great there. I think that it's a really, really good pick. The only concern really that I had with him was his instincts are a little bit slow, but he's only played linebacker for 4 seasons. He played wide receiver at Nevada for 2 seasons first. And so I think that if you're the Chargers, you are probably assuming like Brandon Staley and the rest of the defensive coaching staff can coach him up and like work that out of him.
Yeah, absolutely. So Cardinals at 94 just picked Michael Wilson, the wide receiver from Stanford.
Huh. Okay.
So I liked watching him, but the injuries were just like all over the place.
Yeah.
Yep. So Alex, I mentioned, or I noticed you didn't mention anything about Henley's run defense. Is that like on purpose? Similar to Tranquil?
I would say it's definitely a weaker point of his game just because he's smaller at linebacker. Like he's only 227 or something, like somewhere in the 220 to 230 range. And so I think it's definitely something that is a little bit more of a work in progress for him. I don't necessarily think that he's a bad run defender, but he's not a super great run defender. Washington State's defensive line was not stellar last season.
Awful.
And so,
it was awful.
Yeah. And so I think there's a lot of tape that you kind of just have to throw out because like his defensive linemen are not helping him out like at all. And so like he has no opportunity to even make a play. But I definitely think it's going to be a little bit more of a work in progress. I think it's going to be something where it's probably going to be a little bit more of the same from the linebacker position as far as that goes.
All right, well, here is the Bengals pick.
Oh boy.
Lots of military stuff tonight.
Is Kansas City a big military town?
Is a veteran of the Vietnam War, which ended for U.S. troops 50 years ago in 1973. We salute him and all veterans of the Vietnam War. We're thankful for your honorable service. Colonel Rolfe, it is our honor.
Classic. The Bengals fans are chanting "Who Dey" and everybody else is chanting USA.
Typical.
Well, Commissioner, thanks. I'd like to thank you and the NFL and our VFW for allowing me to represent over 2 million men and women who served in Vietnam. But especially we need to remember and never forget the 58,220 that didn't come home and gave their lives so that you could be here tonight to enjoy your freedom. And now for my homies back in southeastern Indiana and the Who Dey fans out there. With the 95th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jordan Battle, defensive back, Alabama.
There you go. That was longer than I expected. Apologies for that. Jordan Battle, good football player. I like that fit.
Nice.
As a Von Bell replacement.
Yeah.
All right. So interested to see what happens here. The Lions just traded up to pick number 96, and they are showing Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes doing a big old hug. So I don't know what is going on there, but Lions officially on the clock here.
Cincinnati, man, they got Battle, they got Turner earlier, they got Hill last year.
I'm now just noticing the appearance from Gladriel. So, what's up, Gladriel? What a sleepy girl.
Very sleepy.
All right, Alex. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So let's get some of your thoughts here about day 3 for the Chargers as we're kind of wrapping this up here. Obviously, we've talked a bit about the cornerback situation for the Chargers so far tonight. Darius Rush and Keely Ringo are still on the board, although that could certainly change right now as the Lions are announcing their pick. Who are some day 3 corners you think the Chargers could have their eye on in this draft? Sorry, real quick. Lions just drafted Broderick Martin, the defensive lineman from Western Kentucky.
Ooh. High. I like him, but
very high.
Very high. All right. Yeah, as far as corners go, I think Ringo and Rush still being on the board, I think, is the big thing to keep an eye on there. I think it was Jim Nagy was the one that tweeted out that like there was going to be kind of a mini run towards the end-ish of today, or like somewhere today, and then after that it was kind of a drop off to day 3 grades. And so I wonder if Rush and Ringo are in said day 3 grade bucket. The other one that I kind of have my eye on, and I see that Alex, the other Alex, is mentioning it in the chat also, is Corey Trice, the Purdue corner. I really like him. I still think he could maybe slip into the last few picks of this round. I think that he's a player that like this is about the right range for him. Another guy who's just big, strong, physical, like fits kind of the archetype of like what the Chargers want at corner, is a better run support corner. I think Kelly from Stanford, Kayublu Kelly, is another one to keep an eye on. Had a really good Senior Bowl week. We know how important that is for the Chargers. Is a little bit more scheme specific, but so is Ringo. And I think like you can kind of work around both of those guys' flaws. I mean, once you get into the day 3 picks, like there are always flaws that you have to work around a little bit. And then someone a little bit further down the board, but perhaps not as far as people think, is Star Thomas from UAB, who would also be the returner pick.
Oh, okay.
Ran like a 4.3 at UAB's pro day, met with the Chargers at his pro day, was at the Shrine Bowl, was the best corner in my opinion at the Shrine Bowl, and like has kick and punt return experience, can play inside or outside. I think like fits a lot of the versatility stuff that the Chargers are looking for, and would fix the returner position, which they haven't addressed as of yet. And then lastly, I think Jalen Jones from Texas A&M, I just saw that he's still on my board, and he's another guy that I like a lot. I think he's gone a little bit underrated because he very quietly declared early, a little bit late into the process. And so I think a lot of people didn't get around to him, but I think he's a pretty good player. Former 5-star recruit, played for a Texas A&M defense that was kind of in shambles all of the time, but they did beat Alabama that one time.
So they did beat Alabama that one time,
Yeah. So that's kind of my list right now. But there's definitely still talent left on the board at corner, I think. And so that's a good sign.
Yeah, of those guys, I like Kayublu Kelly the most. But this is a deep cornerback class. This Star Thomas is his name, right? That's an interesting one because they do need. The 5th. Oh my goodness.
5th. Wow.
The 5th.
So Chargers do need a returner position. Tom Telesco was asked for his pre-draft presser, like specifically, do you care like receiver, running back, DB, like who's your returner type? And he said he's open to whatever and probably looking for like multiple bodies at this point to like compete. So, the last couple of seasons they've had one guy do it, obviously with DeAndre Carter and Andre Roberts. So curious to see ultimately what that looks like.
Yeah. I would think at this point, if he's talking about multiple bodies, I would probably expect like a 6th or 7th round pick that has return experience, and then probably a UDFA or two that is like primarily a returner. Like you're looking at probably Nico Remigio as like a priority free agent ad, and then maybe adding like a bargain bin free agent after the draft as well to kind of like bring in more competition to that room too.
I want to say Nico Remigio went to my middle school and to my high school for like 1 year before he transferred to Modern Day. So, and like I actually played like I grew up like playing like NJB basketball with his little brother on my team.
There you
so
go.
I have like connections, or I've like been around Remigio. He's a hard worker, pretty hard worker and everything. So
okay, good. Yeah, sick
like
ninth grade basketball connections and stuff.
Yeah,
Steven, what are you unhappy about?
Hey,
started at Modern Day though, so he like he can ball. So that's usually a good sign.
The Commanders just took my guy Ricky Stromberg from Arkansas center. Very early. I liked him a lot, but very early.
Avila hasn't been picked, right?
Flying off the board.
No, Avila has not been picked. How do you say that, by the way, Alex?
Zavala.
Okay, wasn't sure it was Zavala. Zavala has not been picked. John Gaines, Braden Daniels. So there's still some quality interior offensive linemen, but I liked Ricky Stromberg, man, as somebody that I thought could be a potential like center of the future. But I think he'll probably start for the Commanders, though. I don't know much about their center situation, but I feel like there was what's his name? Crap, I'm totally blanking on who they used to have. Oh, Solo Man pointing out Tyler Scott's still available for potential returner duties as well.
True. I thought he'd be gone by now. I'm a little bit surprised that Luke Whippler isn't gone too. Speaking of centers, he was someone that I had graded higher than some of the guys coming off the board here. Juice Scruggs in the second was incredible.
That was crazy.
That was crazy. I liked him a lot, watching him at the Shrine Bowl and stuff, but I didn't think it was going to go that high. So that's why. But
Browns just took Siaki Ika, the nose tackle from Baylor / LSU / East High School in Salt Lake City.
Makes a lot of sense.
Connections.
Yeah. I think I can't remember if he was cousins with him. Never mind. I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
Yeah, that is
big guy, very big guy.
Yeah, that's one that I think a lot of people had written in ink. Ika to the Browns.
Yeah, the Browns have done a good job with their defensive line though, because they signed Dalvin Tomlinson, didn't they?
They did, yeah. But they still have like no depth on that line. Like it's Dalvin Tomlinson and then Taven Bryan. And like Perrion Winfrey just got arrested. So
yeah, he's got big time arrest too. Huh?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So add more players to that line, maybe. So
don't they still have Tommy Togi?
They do still have Tommy Togi. They do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's not that good, right? So.
No, he's fine. He's okay. Ooh.
Oh, the Niners are picking right now.
I mean, yeah, it's a really good defensive player. It's going to turn into an all-pro.
Moody, kicker, Michigan.
Let's go.
Rob called it. Rob called it.
Best kicker in the draft. Dude.
It's the kicker from Michigan. Jake Moody.
Oh my gosh, he did say they would take a kicker too.
You guys picked the perfect time to have me on the show because now I get to talk about the kicker that got drafted.
There you go.
All right, cool. I'm leaving. See ya.
There you go.
Guys, I don't normally like boast about bets and shit. I put one long shot on this draft. Jake Moody to the Niners, plus 7,500.
Let's go.
Absolute dart throw that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, phenomenal.
I'm hyped for
yeah,
that.
I mean, Moody was the best kicker.
And he's your guy in Michigan.
Yeah.
By a lot. Yeah, go blue. Let's go.
Let's hear the scouting report.
Yeah, I mean, he's the best kicker in the draft by a lot, I think. He had this weird thing. Michigan did this weird thing a few years ago when they had Quinn Nordin also, where Jake Moody would kick all of the long field goals, and then Nordin kicked like from 45 yards and in. And so he's always had the leg to be an NFL kicker. I think that the accuracy was the thing that was not necessarily there to begin with, but he's developed into like an insanely accurate kicker as he's matured. And so like he has the leg. I think like he was hitting from like 60 plus at either the combine or his pro day. I don't remember which one it was. And is accurate from, pretty much every level of the field. So pretty easy one there. I think it's a down kicker class because last year's kicker class was a little bit better. So for the Niners who don't have anyone at kicker, got to go get your guy.
Robbie Gould retire?
Robbie Gould
He
got released because he was making like way too much money for a kicker. And then he said like, the Niners were like, we're not going to bring him back at like a discounted rate. But also he said, like Robbie Gould said, like, I don't really want to retire. I'm just going to play for another team.
There you go. Makes sense. All right. So Raiders are officially on the clock. Oh, that's what Dan Henley looks like. Okay. I've never seen a picture of him.
I know he's got, doesn't he have a neck roll? Doesn't he have like the old throwback?
I think he does have like the little like
Yeah,
like the Brian Urlacher like cowboy collar type thing.
Yeah. Awesome, man.
Dan Henley put a picture up of him on Instagram and said, "I'm staying home," with a bolt on it.
Oh, that's true. He's from LA.
He's from Crenshaw, right?
Yeah, he's from Crenshaw.
Oh no, you guys!
What?
Chris Sims is a Dan Henley fan.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about
Well,
that.
he'll be the Patrick Mahomes or whatever it is. The who he loves. Who do you have number one?
Just one correct take of the year.
Yeah, it'll be the Patrick Mahomes of Chris Sims linebacker takes. Yeah.
Oh man. All right, so I think the Raiders are on the clock right here. Or Raiders pick is in, but I'm on a commercial. Tyler, what's your TV at?
Commercial with Raiders pick in.
Okay, cool. So we're coming down the home stretch here.
Steven, you're a champion, man. I thought by the time the Chargers were done that we would be out of here, but you're hanging out till the end.
I committed to tonight to do the whole thing. I'm not doing much tomorrow. I think we'll do our recap on Sunday on the Chargers podcast network. So check us out
that
there.
thing. I decided 25 minutes ago that I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna hang out with my fiance and my dog.
Yeah, I'm probably going golfing in the morning, to be honest.
Yeah.
I haven't been outside much with the funeral stuff this week and the draft.
Why am I laughing? Okay.
All right, I gotta take off. But yeah, fun 2 days with the draft. I want to give my targets for next round. If we're gonna go for for day 3, if we're gonna go running back, there's only 2 really. I think that I really want. One is Zach. I want Zach Evans. He shows up really well in all the advanced metrics. I heard he was a head case. I heard he had some locker room issues with the coaches, which I think he's going to be completely off the Chargers board. Alex, I don't know if you heard that also, but that's kind of just what I heard floating around. If you want it, I don't know if you had anything else to add on that.
Oh no, I mean I haven't heard anything specifically, but I do know that he a lot of the stuff about his recruitment, even coming in when he eventually ended up at TCU, everything about leaving TCU and then going to Mississippi, everything is very I doubt that he will have passed the Chargers character checks. But I don't. That's not a source thing. That's just my personal opinion thing based on what I know about him. But I think he'll probably be off the board.
Here's the Raiders pick.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Trey Tucker.
Oh, there's Trey Tucker.
Excuse me? Ahead of Tyler Scott, his teammate? What are we doing here?
Yeah, that's a surprise because Trey Tucker's not big. Is he smaller than Tyler Scott?
Yeah,
I think so.
I mean,
Right,
they're both
good amount.
small, but yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Trey Tucker's
both
5'8"
small.
1/2.
Yeah,
I think Scott's
not
5'10".
not a big receiving core over there at Cincinnati.
No, not at all. Arjun,
Alex
did you have
Pierce
some
got good
other?
last year?
Sorry, Alex. Arjun, did you
No, you're
have
fine.
another target you wanted to mention?
Yeah, I think I don't know if I say it right, Roshan Johnson from Texas.
Yep.
So he shows up really well in terms of like yards after contact and missed tackle force. He's not super explosive, didn't really like he's above average in terms of explosive rate in like percentile, but forces a lot of missed tackles, a lot of yards after contact. That's also because Texas O-line was like kind of shitty last year, so maybe like that's just where a lot of his yards came from. But I think he again just shows up well in some of those advanced metrics. So those two would be those, and then like I know Alex likes Izzy Abanikanda. Like I don't know that he kind of shows up well in terms of explosive percentage. And the last one would be Keaton Mitchell, but he's like kind of small, but 97th percentile in terms of explosive rate. So again, all I want from the running backs this year, just go get an explosive guy, go get someone who can, hit the second level and take it to the house. Like that's all I care about. I don't want any more of these bruisers or 4-6 guys. Just, let's get some explosion in there.
Yeah, I mean, Mitchell's a legit 4-3 guy and can return kicks too. So I would not be opposed there. The 49ers just took Cameron Latu, the tight end from Alabama, at pick 101. So at this point, we might be not doing a tight end this year.
Yeah,
We're
just unlucky.
running out of options, certainly.
Yeah. All right, I got to take off. See you guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, Arjun. Thanks so much, man. We'll talk soon. Yeah, I think Alex Insdorf in the chat pointing out McIntosh from Georgia. That's a no from me. That 4.65 running back. That's a hard pass.
Yeah, another one.
He runs a 4.65.
Yeah, it was really slow.
Jeez,
really
I didn't know that.
I've seen some people suggest that he like transitioned full time to slot receiver.
Yeah, he's a good receiving option. I just never I didn't think he ran a 4.65 watching him. Wow.
Yeah, Frank Blakely pointed out in the chat, they brought back Donald Parham. Like they're bringing back their tight end room from last year. So I get it, but it's like you're banking on a huge step forward from Trey McKitty if you're not addressing this position at all.
Yeah,
here's the
I mean,
Vikings
there are
pick.
Frank Gilliam earlier in the year, Bud Grant, coach, of course.
Alex, you can keep talking. He's doing a spiel.
Okay. I was just going to say, like, there are a couple guys left on the board at tight end that I like. I think mainly, like, Zach Kuntz is still available from Old Dominion, who is the most athletic tight end to ever exist. And I think that he's someone that definitely is worth looking into. I think that next round is probably around the area where he should be going. Davis Allen and like Will Mallory and Josh Wiley and guys like that are still on the board. I don't love any of those guys, but I certainly would get it at this point if they added one of them. Payne Durham is another one where he's kind of just like, if you want to just draft a different blocking tight end, then like Payne Durham willingly compares himself to Jack Doyle. And like says like
that's my comp.
I love that.
He looks up to and like tries to play like. So like
I love
if
it.
you're
That makes
cool
me
with
like that makes me want to boost his grade up.
Yeah. And so like if you're cool with that and like, that sounds good to you, then like Payne Durham is still available. He'll probably be available into the 5th or 6th if I had to guess. So there's still a couple guys left, but I think it's definitely getting towards the territory where we're looking at probably passing on one this draft.
Yeah. So the Vikings just wrapped up day 2, taking USC cornerback Mekhi Blackman. So him going before Keely Ringo and Darius Rush is super weird. But it's what it is. Blackman showed up really well in the numbers, I believe, but just did not test super well. So maybe there's like a transition to safety in his future. All right, Alex. Appreciate your thoughts here, man. Any final takes here before we head out?
My instant analysis piece on Deion Henley got published on Chargers Wire like as I was logging on to this, so go read that because it is very favorable and everyone will be excited after reading it. I think that there's still a ton of talent on the board. I really like some of these options that I'm seeing that are going to make it to day 3. I think both from a Chargers perspective and also from like the Chargers don't need this guy perspective, but someone else will take him, which drives someone else further down the board for the Chargers to take. I think that overall through the first 2 days, the Chargers have hit like a single or a double. I don't think that like it's the greatest draft of all time, but like they've done well enough. They've filled the needs. Johnston makes a lot of sense. Thule makes a lot of sense. Henley makes a ton of sense. I think that all 3 picks are guys who are going to play right away and make an impact right away, and that's what we want from the Chargers draft this year. So I think everyone should be optimistic about it. I think everyone should be cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to phrase it. I don't think that there's been like a true home run pick by any means, but solid pieces, guys who I can clearly see the vision for. And the depth of this roster needed a lot of work, and I think they're off to a good start today. Or this week, I should say. All right, so everybody go check out Alex's pieces on Chargers Wire. Some great stuff over there. I think you did a profile. Did you do a profile on Henley on our channel or no?
I did not. No, I did one for Marte Mapu, who got taken at 76, which was crazy. Yeah. But no, I don't think I got around to Henley. He was a guy that I had on my list of like guys I wanted to get to, but I don't think I ended up having any film on him.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Classic Patriots pick there. All right, Alex, we'll talk soon, man. Thanks for joining us tonight, and thanks for all your great work during the draft for us.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
See you. All righty, Tyler. We're through day 2 of the 2023 NFL draft. So, how are you feeling so far?
Kind of like Alex was talking about. It's not, in my opinion, there's no home run picks here. Although it's it's hard to get a home run pick, but I don't feel like this was. We haven't had like our Jamari Sawyer in the 6th round. Like holy crap! Like jumping up and down. That's a great pick, sort of feel. But I haven't watched Tuipulotu, so I can't comment on him. Things sound good with him. If you like him, it seems like a lot of people like him. Seems like it was generally the correct range for him. And it's, if he's edge, at minimum, he's a pass rusher, whatever he plays. And that's really solid for the Chargers. So I like that. I like Johnston. I really like Henley, especially in the 3rd round. So not that Henley was higher than Johnston for me, but I'd really like that fit. It fits what they do as well. So, if we've seen with this style of defense and this style of linebacker, the season that Kaiser had, then the season that Drew had, maybe it takes, a bit longer for Henley to get there, especially as a guy who's newer to playing linebacker. That's kind of why you have Kenneth Murray too, but we'll see how that shakes out in training camp. It does make it very interesting, that's for sure. But, Henley is a player that I think can develop, and if he does hit like Kaiser White does, but he can do it either as early as this year or definitely next year, you've got 4 total years, or I guess 3 years of this linebacker instead of having to cycle through. So learning from Kendricks, being in the system that has benefited guys like him so far, I'm pretty solid with that one.
Yeah, I think that's a great point too, is that, we've had, heading into the season, it was like Kaiser, or it was Tranquil and Murray, and then Tranquil got hurt, and then it was Kaiser and Murray, and then it was Tranquil and Murray again, and then Kaiser kind of came on, then it was a lot of just cycling through like 1-year starter types of players. So Henley giving them a long-term option alongside Eric Kendricks could be really, really good for this team, at least in the short term. So my favorite thing about the draft, honestly, is that there has not been a reach yet. This is a lot of good value that the Chargers have taken. Tuipulotu, maybe a slight reach depending on who you ask, but this is like Alex was saying, maybe this isn't like a hit for the fences kind of thing, but maybe this is just like a double kind of draft. And the Chargers need more doubles, man. Like, this is a really top heavy roster. They just need more solid quality depth players. So I am excited about these players. Don't get me wrong, but Don't think that there's any like a ton of elite traits on day 2 so far. So excited about this group. Excited to see who comes out tomorrow. Tyler, any initial like pick that you would get really excited about in round 4?
Payne Durham, 100%. Round 4 at this point. That he could take him in the 3rd round. I would have jumped out of my seat happy. So at this point, Payne Durham in the 4th, the way he plays, I kind of just think he's perfect for the Chargers. Honestly, at this point, is he a starter? Is he going to be your future tight end 1? Probably not. But in terms of a blocking tight end who can do so many different things, and who plays very physical, that I would love that pick. I'm wondering why Adebawore is falling at this point. Like, that would be outstanding to me. Rush, Ringo, again, like the sort of the guys that we've been talking about. I would love Hodges Tomlinson at some point in this draft. I think that physical profile pushes him, but at some point, if you're in round 5 and you're like, hey, who should we take here? Even round 6, if that ends up being the case, that's kind of your special teams guy. And I would love an upside guy who's a great tackler, in my opinion. So Hodges Tomlinson would be a ton of fun. Did Giari or Brown go? He went,
He
right?
did, yeah. He went to the Niners.
Okay. So not him. Who else? I could see if they want to go deep safety, like Chris Smith, if he didn't go yet. Did Antonio Johnson go yet? Our safety too?
Want to say no.
Okay, so he would be fun. I understand the reservation about him, but he'd be a ton of fun. Who else? Yeah, so those guys. I think so. I think any of those guys I'd love to address in the 4th or 5th round. Offensive lines. So we took Saldiveri. We've taken Gaines before. We've taken Daniels before. So something like that would be awesome too.
Yeah, Antonio Mafia as well. That's who Gavino took on our dueling mock draft. So there's some good offensive linemen left. It's definitely starting to dry up. I mean, Chandler Zavala would be a lot of fun. He's an older prospect. I want to say the bootleg guys were saying that he had some kind of back injury before he got to NC State, and that might be an issue. So we'll see there. But, Olu Owatimi from Michigan is still out there. And if they want to get like a pure center prospect, that's probably like the last one. And then we talked about Antonio Mafi, Braden Daniels, guys we all really like. In terms of some other options here, I am very curious to see what they do with wide receiver. If they want to double dip here, obviously Tyler Scott's available, A.T. Perry, Trey Palmer, Malik Knowles, who we watched, Matt Landers. So there's some good receiver talent if they want to double dip. And then safety too, Jamie Robinson hasn't gone. He was my safety 3. I feel like you were decently high on him as well. Not necessarily like grade wise, but in terms of his ranking at the position. We know that they like Florida State DBs, and Jamie Robinson, I think, could play some slot for them, play some safety 3 for them in case JT Woods doesn't necessarily hit this year. So those are some guys I think make sense to me as well. And then, like you said, man, Payne Durham will be a lot of fun. Again, not the most athletic guy, but would fix their blocking issues in a big way.
Yeah, so Lindsay Theory just tweeted that Telesco says they will not exercise the 5th-year option on Kenneth Murray. So I'm not saying that makes Henley the starter, but I think we're going to see minus a cut. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. But I think we're going to see the phasing out of Kenneth Murray this year, because if they're not picking up that 5th-year option, then he's not going to be around next year, I would imagine. And that makes sense. Had talked about a mini linebacker room overhaul. It seems like they're headed that way. Outside of the numbers, in terms of additions, the money they've given overall and the number of draft picks and additions, they're not going to have that like last year with D-tackle, but it's a mini overhaul, which is crazy. Who said that?
Who could have seen this coming? Oh yeah, our Discord members. So this is I thought this was an easy decision, even if they had not taken Henley. Like, I think, unfortunately, you just haven't seen the kind of commitment that you need to from Kenneth Murray in terms of his development. Sure, like Frank has said, he could certainly break out, and we would all be hoping for that. I mean, Kenneth Murray is an amazing human being. He's got a ton of athletic upside. It just hasn't come together yet. There were some good moments last year, but just consistency needs to improve pretty dramatically. If he improves, great. You can potentially talk yourself into re-signing him, because then you could potentially cut Eric Kendricks next year. So, who knows? Either way, linebacker definitely going to be changed around. I'm very curious if they meaning Ryan Ficken wants to do the 5 linebacker thing again. If Nick Neiman and Eamon Ogbongbemiga are still that necessary for special teams, you might have to be a little bit more flexible with roster construction.
So it'd be Kendricks, Murray, Henley for sure, Neiman, and I guess Ogbongbemiga. But they did like 6 last year, or was it 6 with Van Noy, or was it 7 with Van Noy?
It was 6 with Van Noy initially, but that was for
Drew,
2 games.
Murray, Reeder, and then
Van Noy.
2. So and then 5.5 basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I assume they'll do at least 4, right? But if Eamon is not like that crucial on special teams anymore because you have Henley, I don't know. We'll see. That's a question for training camp, obviously.
Yeah, well, that makes it interesting. So that'll be fun.
Yeah. All right, you guys. So that's going to do it for our show tonight. Make sure you subscribe, like the video, comment. We're going to be posting some of our immediate reactions and analysis from tonight's picks later on, in case you don't want to come back and rewatch the whole stream. So make sure and stay tuned for those. And then the next time you'll see us is going to be on Tuesday on the Chargers podcast feeds. So make sure and subscribe to their channels and keep an eye out for our show there when we grading and revisiting the entire draft. So enjoy tomorrow. If you're a huge draft nut, you want to watch it, definitely would encourage you to do that. I will be golfing and paying attention on Twitter. So to each their own. So Tyler, man, thanks everybody for the guests in terms of showing up tonight. Appreciate all of their great analysis. And that's going to do it for us tonight. We'll see you guys later.